Join us on Paranormal M, the channel that takes you beyond the ordinary. If you feel like it, hit that subscribe button, drop a comment, even better, and turn on notifications to explore the realms of the unexplained with our latest intriguing stories. We hope you're ready to question the reality that you know. I got lost in the woods. So when I was like 7 or 8, we used to live in Webster, Wisconsin. We lived in a house a little bit wider and longer than a trailer house. No upstairs, just the base floor and a basement. It was a beautiful house with a big area that was just woods. One day my cousin was supposed to be watching my 2 sisters and I. Said that we could all go play outside so long as we stayed in his sight. But within 5 minutes, he ran into the woods and told us to keep up. Of course, we listened to him. We ran after him. He disappeared. We couldn't see the house or even the tree line where the woods stopped. We were lost. We started freaking out and crying, and then about half an hour later, a really tall Native American chief came up behind us. They asked us what was wrong and why we were crying and if we were okay or if we're lost. I told him how we were chasing my cousin and how we lost him. We didn't know how to get back home. He smiles and said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll make sure you get home safe and sound. Just come to my village and rest for a little bit. Eat some lunch, play with the children. And when you're ready, you can explain to me where you live." I said, "Okay." So we go back to his village. It's a small one in the middle of the woods in a clearing, but it had at least 60 people and we ate a stew or something. And it made me draw on the dirt on, the road and where our house was, and he smiled. I said, he said, "I know exactly where you live. If you want to play for a little bit, that's okay. But I want to get you home before dark. There's a lot of dangers in these woods, like bears, coyotes, and bobcats. Not good for children to be out." So he took us home. He didn't leave the edge of the woods. My mom just was coming out crying, asking where we were, saying she was about to call the cops. We were apparently missing for about 4 or 5 hours. She asked us why we left the house without Scotty, my cousin. I said, "He was with us and he ran into the woods and left us behind. We tried to call for him, but he was gone." Then he came outside and said he had never left the house. He thought we were in our rooms. So I told my mom what happened. She said, "We'll just figure it out tomorrow." The next day we went and followed her footprints and found the village, or what used to be a village. There was almost nothing there, and there used to be a gorgeous place, and now it was just ash. It had all been burned down. The grass, which had been shorter the day before, now stood taller than me. It looked like it was burned down and left vacant for hundreds of years. We called out for them, no response. We found the chief's headdress and a doll made of deer hide and some other kind of cloth as we're about to head back. And then I found a huge eagle feather. It was the size of my arm. It was the most amazing paranormal experience I've ever had. Ghost on military base. I'm in the Navy, and I currently work on base which encompasses an island called San Clemente Island. The island itself is mostly deserted. It's pretty much untouched. But on the north end of the island is a town, for lack of better words, and that's where the Navy and the contractors live. One night I was headed down to relieve a coworker from watch. As I'm driving down the road, which is mostly pitch black, I see a figure in the street in my headlights. Naturally, I slam the brakes. I begin cussing a storm because some idiot is walking in the middle of the road at night. Shortly after, however, I notice it isn't a person, but more of a solid shadow. You could make out no features on it, but it had mass, and it was human-shaped. It was in the middle of the road, sort of stomping, almost like a weird dance. Then, suddenly, it was gone. Just gone. It didn't fade away, didn't do anything dramatic. Just gone. I freaked out and told a lot of my coworkers who didn't believe me. Never saw it again. I've heard stories of people on the island having doors in their work area open and stuff on their own, but no story similar to mine. I don't know much about the history of the island itself, but I do know at some point it was owned by Native Americans, and often remains of them are found or unearthed, often buried with the remains of foxes. Ask Reddit. Ghosts have always gravitated toward me. I used to live in an apartment that was redone. It was redone because of a fire and somebody had died because of it. I had no clue that the apartment I lived in had this death. I happened to choose the room where the woman passed. The whole time I'd lived there, I'd get shaken awake at 7:30 every weekday morning. I'd look and see no one and go back to sleep and immediately get shaken again. I'd look, and again, I'd see no one. Then I would try to sleep. Then I would get shaken even harder. I'd get up and go to the couch. At 8 a.m., I'd get shaken again. Go back to bed, go back to sleep. I worked nights as a dishwasher, so 7:30 and 8 was way too early for me. When my girlfriend moved in with me, that's when I realized it was a woman who died in the room, at least when that fire happened. Mostly because after my girlfriend moved in, I'd still get shaken awake every weekday morning at 7:30 and 8, but my girlfriend wouldn't. Women get changed together all the time, so having my girlfriend in the room was fine to this ghost, but not to me. And 30 minutes is just enough time for a woman to get ready for work after her shower. We figured she liked us because we'd start to hear a disembodied laugh every now and then. Not a bad laugh, a genuine, "that's funny" laugh. Spooked everyone who heard it at first, but we got used to it after a while. Then one day my girlfriend invited my ex-girlfriend over. No biggie. They were friends. My ex and I agreed after a troubled relationship that we're better friends. That female ghost hated my ex. The room would get cold whenever my ex came by, and she'd heard angered growls. Just my ex, by the way. One night when they were getting ready to head out to the bar, my ex took a shower at the apartment because it was better than hers. She comes out of the bathroom white as a ghost and scared. "Didn't you hear me yell?" she asked us. "Thought you guys were fucking with the light in the bathroom." It kept going on and off, and I could hear the switch. Then the water goes ice cold and I could see the outline of a hand going past the shower head. No, not a word came from the bathroom. I guess the ghost doesn't like you. "You didn't say anything about a ghost here," my ex said sternly. "How can you live like this?" "Oh, well, she loves us. We make her laugh," I said. "Really? All I hear are growls when I'm here." "Explains why it gets cold when you come by," my girlfriend said. "Thought you had no heat. Heat bills paid. It only happens when you're here." I said, "Fine, I won't come anymore." "She clearly hates me," my ex said. She never went back to the apartment. After that, it went back to normal. Every weekday, I'd get shaken awake at 7:30 to 8. The disembodied laugh came back. Then a year later, we moved out. I'm fairly certain the ghost came with us because my roommate who lived with us said it was too quiet, and the apartment door stopped opening and closing on its own at 8 on weekdays. I had no clue about the door to the hall until he said that. The Mimic. So I'm 20 years old and getting married to my fiancée in October. I know the house across the street from us is haunted, and we maybe stirred the spirits up doing a little spooky ghost investigation. But me and my best friend have both seen something dark. I'm a Christian, and I do believe in the paranormal. One day when my fiancé was at work, I heard what sounded like my soon-to-be brother-in-law's voice from the living room. It sounded like him saying my name and asking if I was downstairs. Me and my fiancé live in a basement apartment, by the way. And that really wasn't abnormal because he would come sit down and ask me questions. So I answered with, yeah. What it is just, well, no response. But I did hear what sounded like the screen door closing, so I thought maybe he left. I got up to investigate. There was nobody there. I called my soon-to-be mother-in-law and she asked him if he can come downstairs, and the scary thing is, he said he hadn't been down there at all. I know what I heard, and it sounded exactly like him. It's not the scariest part, though. Yet another day, my fiancé was in the restroom and I saw him go in there and heard the door close as I'm on the couch. Not even a few minutes later, out of the corner of my eye, I see what looks exactly like him. Except tall and, well, he had gray sleep shorts on and a shirt standing outside of the bathroom, which admittedly I thought was weird because I hadn't heard the door close. So I look up, but he's not there. A few minutes later, he comes out from the bathroom. My best friend was over and it was time to go to sleep, so I was just praying when I thought I heard her whisper my name. Thusly, I stopped praying. I asked her what she wanted, but she swears to me she never said a word. One day she's in the shower and the water's running, but I wasn't paying much attention. I wasn't even able to hear the water running or stop, and out of the corner of my eye I see what looks like her curly hair in her tie-dye shorts, and in one of her shirts. And again, I know for a fact she's in the shower. So I look up to say something to her, and she's not there. A few minutes later, out she just comes from the bathroom again. Another day, I'm sitting at the table eating. My fiancé goes to the restroom, and I hear the door close. I just keep eating. I kid you not. I thought he was still behind me because it felt like someone was standing behind me looking over my shoulder. But when I turned to give him a kiss, there's nobody there. So I shrug and go back to being on my phone, when yet again, I swear I saw what looked like him in this black shirt and wool pants. He walked toward our bunny cage, but when I look up, there's nobody there. Another time my best friend was over. She comes screaming out of the bathroom telling me to hurry and go upstairs. Once we get up there, she tells me she got out of the bathroom and saw what looked like a 7 or 8 foot tall black shadow that ducked. Whatever this thing is, it mimics my loved ones, and I don't like it. I was in bed and I saw the same shadow she was talking about next to the bed. Covered my head and hid. Don't blame me. I don't know what this thing is, but whatever it isn't good. I think my great-grandmother spoke to me after she passed. I received the news a little under a week ago that my great-grandmother had passed away the night prior. She lived in California. I live in Pennsylvania. She died at 7:30, which would be 10:30 my time. This is important. My dad had just moved closer to my mom's house, so transitioning me and my sister would be easier. For a couch, temporarily, we're using like a giant bean bag. Now you've gotten a little insight. It's time for the actual story. My sister and I had been laying in a beanbag at night, just sitting on our phones. I'd been looking through YouTube looking for a video, not playing anything. And my sister was watching TikTok, and it was some song, I don't know which one, but just a song and some video. Around 10:30-ish, maybe a minute or two over 10:30, I heard a female's voice whisper into my ear, "Hey." I asked my sister if she said my name, and she just didn't. I then asked if it was her video, and she said no to that as well. So I was confused, but I guess I really thought nothing of it because I hadn't gotten the news yet. The next morning I got the news, and I asked my dad when she passed. And sure enough, it was around the same time I heard the voice. I waited a little bit later to tell him what I heard because it didn't feel like it would be appropriate time for that sort of thing. I never really knew her that much on a personal level, at least besides phone calls and very vague memories from when I was young. Even though I didn't know her that much, I did know she was a caring, nice lady who loved talking to her great-grandchildren. Weird experiences. I'm not religious and I don't really believe in ghosts, etc. But I have had some weird experiences. When I was about 14, I lived in a house with my mother and younger sister. It was a pretty standard 3-bedroom house on a quarter-acre section in town. I was sitting in the lounge one day watching TV with my mother and my sister. With my mother, My sister was not home, but her bed door, that was to the right beside the TV, opened as we watched. The lever handle pushed down and the door swung open by itself with nobody else in the house. We just looked at each other like, what the hell? Other instances in the house followed. My mother came into my bedroom one day, white as a ghost, saying that she had bent over to put food in the cat's bowl, and someone or something had growled in her ear right behind her. That's when she turned around and she was yet again alone. I had one of those old 80s tower stereos in my room. It started turning on in the middle of the night, and it was waking me. Just the turntable on top would start spinning and the light on the side would come on. I unplugged the stereo and it did it again another night with no power source. I also woke to find a black shape standing over the bed one time. In the end, my mother had enough, got a priest in to do something. He wandered round burning something and praying from memory. We never had any issues after that. We did find out from a neighbor afterwards that the woman who had the house before us used to have people round at night, and they would put sheets on the clothesline, shine car lights on them, and dance around. Apparently, they also killed a goat and buried it in the backyard. Good times in Upper Hutt. Faceless head looking at us. I live with my girlfriend and our 3 kids. Our house is 2 floors. The second is the rooms, and the first floor is the living room, bathroom, kitchen, and a small hall that's behind our living room. Now, what's happening is, I'm a firefighter. That means I work at shifts, and I have to work at night. When I'm at home, everything is calm. One day or two, we hear strong noises like beating on something, bags falling out of nowhere. It's rare, but happens in the first floor. Me and my girlfriend feel a very strong and negative sense from the bathroom. Not only the bathroom, but also the hallway. I mostly close the bathroom door, and for me, works a bit to get more at S. Okay, sometimes I feel that someone is watching my back. At night, when everyone's asleep, the feeling's so strong that I turn off the TV and go upstairs. Now, the worst part, most of the activity happens at night and when I'm at work. My girlfriend and my kids feel really scared to go to the bathroom or the one floor that they say they feel watched and a sense of dread. Me and my girlfriend don't talk about this stuff with the kids around, so it's strange that they see the same things. My girlfriend says that sometimes when she turns around, she sees in the hallway or in the dark a small head. Something small and pure black and faceless. It's always watching her, she says. She even says that she saw a reflection of that when the TV's turned off out of nowhere. My older kid also has this saying that he says he sees a black head in the corners watching him. And Hal never heard us talking about and one night the three of them woke up at night having a nightmare. At the same time, the three of them screamed like hell. That was after they woke up, because they said they saw a big shadow in the middle of the room. Me and my girlfriend woke up with the screams, turned on the lights, and saw nothing. They managed to sleep with our presence. The middle one is scared so much that he pees in the bed instead of going to the bathroom at night or to use. Last night I was at work and now arriving at home. My girlfriend said that she was in our bed with her older kid talking. And apparently out of nowhere, my girlfriend said that she saw a small shadow jump to the bed of the older kid. Our older kid saw it too and said to her, "See, I told you there was a shadow watching us." That's when she had straight chills and also told me during the night downstairs they could hear strong knocking. At 3 a.m. our younger kid screamed in panic. She said that saw a blackless, faceless head and some hands in the corner of the stairs that leads downstairs. At 7 a.m. she screamed again, saying that the black shadowy head was now top of her watching what the face was a she. My girlfriend said that the head is really common, but it's also watching them, and once spotted it goes away. Sorry about that. That writing is crazy, but I trust that they are not. Next. The building in the WHO. In 1999, I started working as a designer at 8500 Holloway Drive. It's now an empty lot, but it used to have 2 buildings, formerly homes in the 20s. At some point, I was told that it was a brothel. In the 60s, it was owned by psychologists who allegedly held LSD parties with the hippies and rockers that hung out at Barney's Beanery down the street. Supposedly, Jimi Hendrix crashed there. The 2 buildings were connected by a bridge that my bosses and former building owners built. The main building had a basement-type area where the design team worked. The main floor had been renovated to accommodate a conference room and boss's office and a teeny room for the assistant, and an office space that was rented to a PR agency. The quote-unquote basement had a back door that opened to the backyard space with an even lower area that an artist rented for a studio and a giant old avocado tree. The second building's lower area was rented to a photographer. The main level floor functioned as photo studios, kitchens, and another computer room. The second building was avoided by everyone. No one liked being in it. It was uncomfortable. It felt anxious, and it was always cold. But the area where I was, the design dungeon, as we jokingly called it, is where I experienced several things I still can't explain. Everyone joked that it was haunted because of its weird past. Things like that were found in storage, like specimen jars of things. That didn't help. I laughed along with the rest. I didn't think much of it until one night I stayed late. I was using the production table to cut and glue a present for my boyfriend. It got late as I was distracted and lost track of time. Started hearing footsteps upstairs. I wonder who came back. As I checked the clock, it was 9 p.m. I started cleaning up my things, but then the footsteps started getting louder. It was right above my head. Then I heard the telltale sound of my boss's chair creaking and rolling across the wood floor. So I yelled up the stairs, "Hello?" The noise stopped. I went back to my task, thinking I was being silly and imagining things. The footsteps started walking around. I ran up the stairs and yelled out, "Who's there? This isn't funny." I looked into the dark offices and stood still, waiting for someone or something to move. I'm losing it. I went downstairs to finish cleaning up. The footsteps started running back and forth to the front door and over to my head repeatedly. I left everything where it was. I raced up the stairs and out the door, setting the alarm as fast as possible. Then I waited for a couple of minutes in the parking spots for someone to come out, but no one came. The parking spots were empty except for me. I brushed it off for weeks. I was tired or something. Then one day everybody goes outside for a break. I needed to finish something and stayed at my computer. The next thing I know, a woman's voice whispered into my left ear in a throaty, seductive tone. "I'll be right back." I spun around so fast to see nothing behind me. Jumped out of my chair, I ran outside and saw my coworkers. "You okay? You're pale." The buildings are gone now, so I hope whatever was there moved on too. Me and my friend both saw a figure walk past us at the same time. Me and my friend have ancestors who've lived in the city for over 100 years in the same neighborhood as the place of this incident. Me and my lifelong friend were waiting to go into a club. We were standing outside of a candy factory that's existed for around 100 years. There were vents pumping out hot air, so me and my friend and a few other people who we knew were standing in the heat because it was very cold out. We left our jackets in the car. I was talking to a girl leaning up against the wall of the factory, and they were talking to a few other people on the opposite side of the sidewalk. All of a sudden, we both snapped our heads to the area in between us. We're both from the city, and we're very situationally aware. I had seen a figure walk past us quickly. When we both looked around to either side of us, nobody was in sight. I remember the figure being about my height, 5'8", having a hat on, although I'm not sure if it was just the motion or an actual vision. I wasn't going to say anything, but then my friend says, "What the fuck, did you just see that?" Then he described a person much shorter than him walking past us. He's 6'2". He also said he couldn't see their face, which makes sense if he was looking from above at a person wearing a brimmed hat. I'm a very logical person, and could have justified me seeing a figure, but the fact that his description matched what I saw, and the fact that we both reacted to it at the exact same moment, has left me questioning everything. What could that have been? Could what we saw have been a ghost? Or is it some sort of rift in time that humans don't understand because surly people have been walking in that path, huddling next to the heat, next to the factory for 100 years? Maybe that affected the energy in that location. What exactly did I see? Shadow people? Ghosts? I've been trying to figure out what exactly it was that happened. And I saw something. I've tried to Google this numerous times, and the only thing that comes close to explaining the encounter is what they call shadow people. This is 100% facts. I really need to know what the fuck happened. It wasn't only me who witnessed it. I was with two of my friends, and when it happened, we all looked at each other simultaneously, as if confirming as if we all witnessed and saw the same thing. Okay, so here's the story. It was January 2012. The house I was living in burned down out of nowhere. The boiler just exploded. This is a whole other story in and of itself. I don't want to sidetrack and get off topic, but yeah, my family was living in the hotel because they had the insurance. My dog had just given birth the day before, and thank God all the puppies survived, but yeah, I would go to my house every day to make sure it was clean and they had food. I was with two of my friends and we were all just talking, standing next to each other. That's when all of a sudden, and this wasn't like it's in the movies where you see ghosts and it's like a human form, this was more like a gas/smoke type of black darkness. It came from one side of the room to the other in less than a blink of an eye. I'm talking about so fast it was like a black cloud of smoke, and it was like a very, very dark black. I don't know how, I just don't know how to explain it, but it wasn't like a humanoid figure. That's why I don't want to say it was a ghost. But it was definitely something that was not normal. There wasn't any smoke, nor was there anything like fire that would cause this to happen. It just happened out of nowhere and went from one side of the room to the other. When it happened, we all looked at each other and we were all just stunned and speechless. And to this day, my two friends don't even like to bring it up. They like to get freaked out. This is why I tried to give the short version of the story. But anyways, you remember in the beginning of the story how he said the house caught fire and whatever. Well, basically, I'm going to tell you the whole story. My parents got divorced, right? I'm not one to believe this. In Spanish, it's called brujeria. English, they call it voodoo or witchcraft. But I know myself, that's part of the family that they used to dabble in that. And right after they get divorced, everything went down here. Especially for my mom's side of the family. Well, my side of the family, basically. First of all of my dog, and first thing that happened was my dog got sick out of nowhere. From one day to the next. What's it called? He just stopped eating. I would have to open his mouth and stuff bread down his throat so he would eat. He wouldn't want to eat at all to the point where I just put them down. Then my dad got sick. Ended up losing about 50 pounds in 3 weeks. Nobody knew what was wrong with him. Turns out he had an autoimmune disease. And yeah, a bunch of weird stuff started happening, and then out of nowhere the house caught on fire. The boiler exploded. Yeah, I'm convinced that there was a curse. Whatever, I don't like to really bore that up because it makes it sound like Hollywood story. 2 likes in a row, brutal. Whatever, but yeah, you know what I'm saying, especially the thing with the black shadow things, whatever you want to call it. If anyone has any similar experiences like this or knows what this is, please let me know. And this is something serious. Please, if you don't have anything nice to say, please don't say that at all, 'cause I'm really trying to find out what happened. Otherworldly symbolisms / messages. I am an addict. I've been an addict since I hit puberty, and I use substances to cope with the feelings that I experience. I've been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, which I think is schizophrenia, and I have an avoidant personality disorder. I avoid conflict, and I also have generalized anxiety disorder. I've struggled with the Christian faith for quite some time, 23 now, and I revoked it at 13. And I have re-experienced it many times trying to gain some comfort. I simply cannot believe in the tales that are told. It is not all worldly, and I believe it is fantasy. Ever since I denounced my faith for the last time, things have been ever so the same. Nothing has changed whether I pray or not. With all that said, I've had experiences with the otherworldly a few times. I bought a Ouija board. It was themed Stranger Things. I bought this at Target. Began to use it at my mom's house in my room, a 4-bedroom house. I used it with candles and the crystals that I saw fitting. I met a spirit named Rurs, a female, claiming to be a Native American who died on the foundation of the house in the 1800s. She was kind and helpful. No malevolence there. There was also another male spirit, not as kind, who misled and pretended to be other entities from what I made of it. I banished him with the black obsidian, requested to only talk to Rurs from here on out. He didn't come back. I tore the Ouija board into 3 pieces and put it away for a long time. Flash forward to years later. We lived in an apartment, a shady one, before my firstborn was born. There was a closet that I saw a void, a distinct void of black and darkness, starry apparitions. The mist when the closet was open was a one-bedroom apartment with no doors, simple studio claiming to be a one-bedroom with no door to the bedroom. And this closet creeped me out. I felt negative and repulsive energy when I was in there, like the entities who resided there wanted to slowly kill me with agonizing pain, wanted me out immediately. We kept diapers and wipes in there from the baby shower until she was born. I also kept marijuana in there. We moved from this location in about 8 mows, flash forward again in another place. It's like the utmost mysterious. This is the place that has circuitry problems and another slum, but it's what we call home. The numbers 3 and 6 are common occurrences here. In the beginning, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. A 2-bedroom duplex with 1 bathroom and a small kitchen. Things began happening one by one. My son, whom I believe has been tortured by spirits, is 1 year old. Every time I would pray or preach or read the Word of God, he would bellow out, crying in agony. One have since taken him to the ER twice and seen a specialist and is due for further testing, but throws his guts up after eating certain foods. But every time I would read the Word of God, his problems began, as if claws were piercing his abdomen, based on his screams of pain lasting for upwards of an hour at a time, and always happening in his sleep. I also used to have a habit of using drug IV. I stopped after my firstborn cold turkey and felt great about it, during our time in the home with the closet. But I returned to it years later out of desperation when nothing was filling the void anymore. The very first time I went to use a needle, the 3rd bathroom light flickered and went out. There are 3 lights in the bathroom, and every time I would get angry at my partner for not cleaning up and being irresponsible, not treating me like a lover, usually the 3rd light would flicker in the bathroom. This is after, while high as a kite one day, I took out the New Testament I had and began to open page by page what I felt God told me to say and scream. I shouted at the spirit scripture in my kid's room. The very next time I entered the room, I no longer felt that dark, observing, stalking energy, and the room simply appeared brighter. My kids have been sleeping less, and my son has not had another gastro attack in his sleep while sleeping in there. Commonly, it's at like 1 or 3 a.m. Now with the bathroom, I've left it there. If they want to reside in the bathroom, so be it. I don't have the faith to cleanse this home, and I have called 2 churches to come do a cleansing, but they just won't do it. I still feel a creepy, watchful presence every time I take a shit. They told me to work on myself, and I suppose they will not feed off of my hatred, so I did. I began exercising regularly, eating very right, and stopped taking my anger out on the ones I love. And simply put, the lights no longer flicker. They don't even go out. I've cast out IV and drugs from my life completely. Congrats. So, with all of that said, this morning, typing this at 8 a.m. on a Sunday, I heard a beeping that continued 6 times. I counted the beeps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 beeps. It was the oven at 7 a.m. The holy number. The oven has never done that before, and I believe it is a spirit in purgatory sentenced to hell, or a demon in hell crying out. 666. The mark. And the oven, the flames that will not be put out. Why else would they target the oven? The burning, the heat, the only thing they could allude to send a message when manipulating the electricity. Let it be known that the oven has not done this ever in the years that we've lived here. What does all this mean? I don't know. That's why I'm asking the most trusted site there is about this, and then letting the most trusted channel speak it. I don't believe in the teachings of Christianity, but I certainly believe in evil and helping entities alike. I went to check the oven and it hadn't been on reset, but nothing else on that electrical line or breaker's been touched. I no longer believe in coincidences. If it's too good to be true, it must be spiritual, and you should immediately find out who's doing what. I've set up a demeanor, prayers, scripture, emotions, and willpower against anything that would hurt my children. I recommend everybody does some studying on crystals, energies, and entities so that way they have a lesser influence on your life. I've been in psychotic states in which I've done things that I would never do. I've attempted suicide 3 times in this place alone. Does that say anything about the energies that inhabit it? The previous residents had hundreds of roaches and was a serious druggie who had people in and out so bad that the next-door neighbor set up a camera. Needles were found everywhere. If anybody wants to share serious thoughts about this topic, please do so. I just want to congratulate you for turning your life around. My ghost story from when I was a kid living in a haunted house. When I was 12, my family and I lived in a tiny house on the corner of South 11th Street in Copperas Cove, Texas. Things were normal most of the time, but we started having weird experiences. My mom would get this strong smell of flowers and things would go missing or be moved. One night when I was up late watching Nick at Night, my television, this was probably in 2000 or earlier 2001, I saw a figure in my doorway. It was propped up by my elbow and my feet were pointed at my door. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. I looked at my doorway. It was a black mist, but I could clearly make out a head and shoulders. Kind of just faded into nothing for the rest of the body. It was turned with its side to me and was walking toward my bathroom door, and that door was perpendicular to my bedroom door. They touched and made like a square shape. It stopped walking and turned to me. I could see its shoulders square, and it looked like something was standing facing me. We sat there both looking at one another for what seemed like forever before it turned back to my bathroom door and walked into the bathroom. When I got up to investigate, nothing was there. I wasn't scared. It had a very good energy and felt almost as if it was there to protect me. A few months after this happened, my father got on post hunting, and we moved to Fort Hood. Its name has recently changed, but it was Fort Hood at the time. After living there for a few months, weird things started happening in my room. The lights would flicker, my TV would turn on and off randomly, sometimes spending minutes just turning off and on. One night I was sitting on the edge of my bed watching TV, and I had just finished eating. I placed my plate and fork on top of the TV and was just minding my own business when the fork flew off the plate at my face, landed beside me on my bed. Needless to say, I was absolutely freaked out. I had been expressing all the weird things to my best friend. She told me I needed to tell whatever was there to get out. But I felt weird about that until one day it was fucking with my TV. I stood in the middle of my room and no one was home but me, and I screamed, "Get the fuck out of my room, leave me the fuck alone," over and over again. Panic in the woods, or something more sinister. This morning, I, a 33-year-old female, and my best friend, a 34-year-old female, took our children and dogs to the woods for some fresh air. We live in the UK, down south. It's a woods that we've both been to often. Right off the bat, there was an atmosphere in the air. Both dogs seemed on edge. My dog more so, often whimpering and barking, which is unlike her. My daughter 4 stayed glued to my side the entire walk while my friend's twins, which were both 7, ran ahead of us. There are 2 paths into the woods, a high path and a low path. Below the low path, there's a valley. As we walked along the low path, the twins decided to climb the steep slope to reach the top path. Something they've always done many times, by the way. My friend's dog wound up joining them. While at the top of the slope, the twins said that they heard some pigs. This isn't uncommon, as there are pigs that roam the woods often. Within seconds, the twins had gone, completely out of sight. This is not typical of her children. They are adventurous, but have never left our eyesight before. My friend frantically shouted for them, but we couldn't see or hear them at all. My friend in a panic attempted to climb the slope to no avail. Deep in the valley below us, we heard a dog screaming in pain. It sounded like a dog had got itself trapped in a snare of some sort. My friend stopped her attempt at climbing the hill and started shouting for her dog, who we both thought was the dog that was screaming. The screaming of the dog became more intense, so much so that my friend then attempted to climb down the hill onto the valley to help what we thought was her dog. In the corner of my eye, I saw some movement, and it was her dog walking toward us from the direction her twins were last seen. As soon as we saw her dog, the screaming in the valley stopped dead. A woman then appeared on the top of the slope and shouted to us that the twins were making their way back down the path toward the beginning of the woods. We shouted back, "Thank you," to the lady. My friend told me that she would run ahead to find the twins. We both looked up to where the lady was stood, and she was just gone. We both looked around to see where the lady may have gone, but couldn't see her. From the direction she was standing, only a moment ago, approximately 50 deer ran straight past us into the valley below into the direction of the screaming dog. My friend then ran ahead to find her twins, leaving me with her dog, and my 4-year-old. As I continued my walk toward the beginning of the woods, I heard rustling amongst the foliage in the valley next to me. I looked down and saw 5 deer running past me in the direction of the other large group of deer. I lifted my daughter so she could see the deer for herself. As I placed her on the floor, I heard a noise in the valley, but very close to me. It sounded like a person making an old phone ring, like that brrrr sound. I stop and I look into the trees, but I couldn't see anything. As I turned away to continue my walk, the same sound started again and stopped the moment I looked over. At this point, both dogs were behaving extremely nervously and continuously checking behind us. This was as I was trying to pull them forward. I can't explain why, but I just knew my daughter wasn't safe. Whatever was happening in those woods, whoever it was, or whatever it was trying to separate us all. I ignored the sound and continued walking toward the start of the woods as quickly as I could, whilst dragging my daughter and the dog on their leads. As I walked around the corner, I saw my friend who had found her twins. The twins both looked very pale in the face and said that they were very scared. They had told us that they began to sing in the woods because they were, stood still, and they could hear twigs and leaves breaking all around them. They said that they came across a lady with a face that they recognized, but her face was really shiny. She told them to walk down the path. They said they recognized the woman from their school. And I do feel the need to add that both myself and my friend would recognize anyone from that school. Neither of us recognized that lady. They also said they could hear us shouting them, and they did shout back, but we couldn't hear them. We both heard all the sounds. We both saw the lady. We both had the immense feeling that we were all being separated, but neither of us can explain what happened or why it happened. We've been Googling it, and the only suggestion is something called panic in the woods. But we both experienced the same thing. Encounter with a stranger who seemed to know who I am. I had a peculiar experience about 7 years ago. I've frequently gone back to it thinking about, never been able to figure out what exactly it was that happened. So I was about 16 or 17 years old at the time. I'd been on my lunch break from college, and I was walking through the town center, making my way back for my next class. There's a big church in the middle of the town where I had to walk through. There are often people standing near the church offering people leaflets and preaching and striking up conversations about religion, that sort of thing. Which, by the way, didn't bother me as long as they're respectful to those who don't want to stop and talk. Anyway, as I was walking past that church, I was stopped by somebody who they had some leaflets. Didn't think much of it at first. She just seemed like your average middle-aged religious lady, and the things she said to me initially weren't out of the ordinary. She was just asking me if I had a belief in God, and if I attend church, that sort of thing. I politely explained that while I'd love to chat if I had the time, I was actually on my way back to college, so I didn't really have any time, in fact. This is where it got kind of strange. She put her hand on my arm and sort of gripped. Not in a way that felt aggressive, but quite firm is the best way I can describe it. She then looked me in the eyes in a quite intense manner, addressed me by name and said, "I know you're hurting. I can see it in your eyes." I was taken aback that she knew my name because, 1, I'd never met or interacted with her before. 2, I didn't tell her my name. And 3, I was alone, so there was nobody around that could have heard anybody saying my name. And lastly, I wasn't wearing my college ID badge or anything else that would have been able, to identify me. I tried to make out that I was completely fine and that I didn't know what she meant. But the truth is that I do struggle quite badly with mental health problems, and I was really low at the time. Although I thought I'd been making a decent effort at hiding that and pretending to be happy. She didn't really say much other else, but she did tell me to take care of myself, and off I went to go about my business. My childhood paranormal experiences. From the ages of 6 to 10, I had paranormal encounters. My first encounter, I remember, was when we were leaving my mother's nail salon. Her nail salon is connected to my grandmother's house. To get to the salon, you have to walk on a strip from the road to the door, about 10-foot distance. It was around 6 to 7 p.m. I stood at the end of the strip by the road. Across the street was a neighbor's house. Growing up, me and my cousins were scared of this house, due to how hidden behind the shrubs it was. I stood at the end of the strip and looked across the street into the neighbor's yard. I was a little girl with pale skin, long black hair that covered some of the face, and wearing a white gown. I was frozen in fear. I turned to my mother, who was coming from locking up the shop, Gecko, and asked her if she was seeing the same thing. I turned my head back. Within 5 seconds, the little girl was gone. So perhaps she wasn't a little girl, but she had seen one. My second time encountering the spirit was when we moved into a new apartment. Keep in mind that this apartment was very close to a graveyard. I shared a room with my mother, but she didn't have a TV in her room. This is when DirecTV was still a thing, so imagine. I put my blankets on the floor in front of the room and just slept and watched TV. I remember I turned my head to the side. Theirs was a vertical type hallway, my mother's bedroom on one side and my sister's room on the next, and the bathroom in the middle. This story takes place from ages 8 to 10, and when I tried my head, I'm guessing they meant turned. When I turned my head, I saw the same spirit but taller, about 6 feet, walking out of my sister's room, then going into my mother's room. I put the blanket over my head and went to sleep. Ever since then, I haven't had an encounter with her again. This story took place in Nassau, in the Bahamas. I thought I'd share what I believe to be my first ghost encounter. During October, cliché I know, of 2023, I was hanging out with a friend. I began asking her some questions tied to the paranormal. The subject has always piqued my interest, and I knew that she had actually had some experiences. So my questions mainly pertained to those, as well as a bit on how she believed the paranormal world worked. As I'm aware, viewpoints can vary wildly depending on things such as religion and personal experience. She was more than willing to answer, too, and I eventually asked something, that had been on my mind for quite some time. You see, one paranormal experience she had was when she and one of her other friends had used a homemade Ouija board, which she claimed had actually worked. So, with my interest in the subject of the paranormal being that of, is it all actually real? I'd asked her if we could do something similar. She agreed, and after gathering the materials, we went out into the American Midwest countryside that we called home. And by about sunset, we arrived at our first location. We had set it up in a truck's bed. I was quite literally trembling with anticipation and fear and a bit cold. We tried 3 times, but nothing happened. However, she did mention catching the eye, or the reflection of what she claimed was a skinwalker. We also saw the reflection. However, it was too far for myself to confirm what it was because, of course it was. We were planning to see a movie afterwards, so we left to see that, with the drive there consisting of her sharing more of her paranormal experiences and also quite a bit of talk of skinwalkers. After the movie, we went to a completely different area. This is where the meat and potatoes of this post really happened. We had done the same setup, and I should mention that before we started, I pulled out my camera's flashlight because we were worried whatever we first saw had followed us. I kept it out so we could see what we were doing in the homemade Ouija board. We did the thing, and this time I can't remember if it was the first or second try, but that's irrelevant, because it worked. We had asked the spirit basic questions. Their name is the only one I remember asking, though. As we continued, my fear and dread continued to climb. I began looking around the area with my flashlight, believing to have felt the presence of a human nearby. And I still swear up and down that I heard breathing nearby that wasn't coming from either of us. My friend eventually told me to stop. I could be pointing it at the spirit, and if that I was, doing so could anger it. We eventually said goodbye and left. As she drove me back home, we talked about what happened, and also some extra details about ghost encounters and ghosts in general. With all of that being said, one standout detail I remember her mentioning was that if we saw what would almost look like a dark wall of shadow, where there shouldn't be at least, that was probably a ghost, and to look away from it. She also recommended I stay out of dark areas for a few days, of which I vehemently did. In the end, I'm personally still a bit on the fence about whether or not ghosts and other paranormal beings do really exist. However, after some time to sit on this story and getting the opinions of others, I've come to the conclusion that if they do, their intentions for staying on Earth probably aren't good. However, I'm sure you all won't be surprised to hear that I still have a morbid curiosity about it all. One that, if anything, has probably only grown since that encounter. If I'm being honest, despite my parents' warnings, of whom I told all about this, but if that friend were to invite me to do this again, I probably wouldn't say no. In fact, I again might be the one to ask. Unexplainable experience / spontaneous fires. 5 or 6 years ago, I had a really strange encounter as a teen that I've never been able to explain or make sense of. If anyone has any reasonable explanation for this story, please comment below. Background. This story takes place in Raleigh of North Carolina. There's a nature reserve area near my old neighborhood that I used to frequent with friends that became our unofficial hangout / smoke spot. The nature reserve is called Schenck Forest. The area is owned and managed by North Carolina State University, and it's also home to some veterinarian school for horses. It also operates as a teaching and research site for the university's forest management program. The land itself has an interesting history. Prior to it being utilized for university purposes, there was a prison farm on the land pre-1930s. When visiting the area, even prior to this experience, my friends and I always would joke about how the land had a strange energy and feel to it. In the parking area of the reserve, there is a small graveyard and an abandoned house, which certainly further contributes to the interesting vibes. However, I just never felt scared or uncomfortable in the space. Would often go to the area alone. Here's the actual story. One night I was about to meet up with my friend. We were going to meet at the nature reserve park. She was getting off work that night. I ended up beating her there. And while waiting for her, I parked my car off to the side of the road and turned it around to face the direction in which she would enter the park. Behind me was the graveyard. I could see the area decently well in my rear view and left side mirror. It is important to mention that my car was the only car there, and that there were no other humans in sight. The time was just past 7 o'clock in middle of October. The sun was almost completely set, and it was starting to get dark outside. After arriving to the park, I sat in the car for a few minutes on my phone, trying to kill time while waiting for my friend. After sitting there for a moment, something caught my eye in the side mirror of my car. In the graveyard area behind my vehicle, there was a small fire that had started on the ground. My immediate reaction was to get out of the car and to stomp out the flames. That is exactly what I did. I found it a bit odd that this fire had started seemingly out of nowhere, but presumed that somebody had tossed a cigarette out just before I had arrived. The fire was in an area where there were dry leaves on the ground, so this was a plausible explanation at that time. After stomping out the small fire, I got back into my car and continued scrolling on my phone. It was almost completely dark outside at this point, and the sun had gone beneath the horizon. Again, something caught my eye in the side mirror of my car. The fire had seemingly reappeared instantaneously. I immediately presumed that I had failed to put out the first time, got out of my vehicle once again to try to put out those flames. Upon getting out of the car, I quickly realized that this fire was separate from the first one that I had put out. It had started approximately a foot behind where the charred spot in the leaves from the first fire were. After realizing that the ground had spontaneously caught fire not once, now 2 times, in a graveyard at night, I started to get a little creeped out and walked back to my car to leave. I didn't bother putting out the second fire. Just as I put the car into drive, I glanced back in my rear view to witness a third fire spontaneously start just behind the second fire, of which was still burning. This time I saw the fire begin with my very own eyes. I sped off, left that park, as this whole situation made me quite uncomfortable and confused. The next time that I returned to the area after this experience, the ground was still charred in 3 places in a perfectly vertical line. This occurrence was not a figment of my imagination or delusion, and I've never heard of or experienced anything like this in years after this. Ever since I had this experience, I've been trying to come up with a reasonable explanation for how this could happen. I've just been, entirely unable to do so. There were no other humans around, and with the sun being down, there's no plausible way that these fires could have just been brush fires started by direct sunlight. I'm not religious, and I do not actively practice spirituality, but I felt like these spontaneous fires were a sign that I was unwelcome there, or at least at that time. The entire experience has left me confused for years, and if anybody has a scientific explanation or theory to how this could happen, I would love to hear it. Had multiple creepy encounters tonight. About 2 weeks ago, I was sitting down at home in the living room. For clarity, I don't live alone, and I have 2 cats as well. I felt a gush of air pass by my right arm. I thought it was one of my cats, but they were elsewhere entirely. I was also alone in the room. Another week passes by, sleeping in bed when I feel the weight of something push onto me twice. Felt like one of my cats, but again, they were not there. The pressure and weight felt like something was trying to wake me up by my feet, but I was already awake and under the covers. When I flipped my cover to see what it was, nothing was there. I'm the only one who sleeps in my room as well. And fast forward to tonight. I was on my phone when I heard some light and walking and fidgeting with something. I thought one of the cats slipped into my room, so I immediately got up and both of them were out in the living room when I checked to see where they were. I got creeped out and told my sibling about it. They wanted to check the room next to mine, which someone else also sleeps in, but they went out tonight. And for reference, their room always gave off negative energy. So my sibling then checks underneath the door just to see if there's anything. The lights are off, but as soon as they open the door to go in, there's a night lamp that's turned on. So then, not to feel lonely or even more creeped out, we decided to let the cats in that room. They love hanging out in there. They did not want to stay in there tonight, though. At all. So we leave the room light on and close the door. Sibling heads back into their room and I go into the bathroom. And that's when I hear what sounded just like my sibling. So I call out and ask if they said something. They said they didn't. I was so creeped out by now, but I had one more thing to get from my room. So my sibling waited for me. And as I grab what I needed, I hear shuffling coming from the next door and head out. I was left so creeped out by this. Forgot to mention, by the way, this morning I also heard a baby cry twice. And that's in the room where there's no one next to mine. I need some advice. I think my house is haunted, and I don't know what to do. Hey guys, I'm coming here for some advice. Mostly because I feel some sort of dreadful presence in my house, and specifically in my kitchen, and in the living room. They aren't separated. Sort of like the same room. I'm 20, and I live just with my mom. I don't really know where to start, but I've had multiple different physical things happen in my kitchen while I'm home. And let me also say I moved into this house not even a full 2 years ago, and I've never had previous encounters with anything paranormal. I guess I'll run down the list of encounters starting with the first one and leading up to the most recent. Instance 1. Maybe about 2 or 3 months after I moved in. My mom, whose bedroom is on the first floor, she said she woke up at about 3 a.m. to wind chimes making noise in her kitchen. She walked out there and actually saw them moving. My mom loves wind chimes, and before this she always had some inside. We took them down after this. Instance 2. This was the first event I actually saw with my own eyes. Last winter, maybe about November 2022, sitting with my ex-girlfriend on the couch watching TV in the living room. We had been there for maybe 35 or 45 minutes. That's when out of nowhere my lunchbox flies off the top of the refrigerator and lands on the floor about 5 feet in front of it. I paused the show and I was freaking out since the only people home at the time were me and her. So I picked it up and put it back on top of the fridge. My ex was already freaked out, so we both ran upstairs. Not sure if this is important or not, but afterwards I told my sister, who is well versed with pagan witchcraft practices, to read tarot cards regarding the situation. A few times she pulled cards with cats playing on them. She told me the spirit is likely a dead pet that wants somebody to play with. She also did some sort of sage ritual at this time as well. Instance 3. This happened 2 days ago. Was the second thing I actually saw with my own eyes. I have a home gym, and sometimes I'll work out after work. 2 days ago, I was home alone working out in the basement. When I finished, I walked upstairs to the kitchen to make my protein drink and eat some strawberries. Creepy feeling as always in that room, but I try to ignore it. So I was standing at the kitchen sink rinsing off strawberries and eating them. I looked up out the window, and that's behind the sink. It was completely dark in my backyard, and I couldn't see anything but the reflection of the room behind me. When I looked up, I saw what appeared to be a blurry black figure moving very quickly from one side of my living room behind me to the other. I couldn't make out any features because I only saw for about half a second. I don't even know if it really had any at all. And I mean fast, like the same speed of a human full sprinting from one side of my living room to the other. I turned around and there was absolutely nothing there. At this point, I'm freaking out and I start saying shit like, "Whatever you are not welcome here, and you need to leave. This is my house, I live here, and I don't want you here. You need to go." Then I walked upstairs and laid in my bed until my mom got home. Mostly because I don't get this eerie, creepy feeling when there's somebody else home. I showered, and then I went to bed. Instance 4. After instance 3, I debated not saying anything to my mom because I don't want to freak her out since she sleeps on the first floor. Last night I decided I'd tell her, though. She was understandably a little freaked out. And this morning, my mom calls while I'm at work and tells me that she herself was withholding experiences from me because she also didn't want to freak me out. My mom runs a small business out of that part of the basement, and that's located directly underneath the kitchen and living room. She told me that she has at least a dozen times heard footsteps in the kitchen above her walking around, and she's usually sure that she's the only one home. Apparently, this is why she plays her music so loud when she's down there. And from my phone call with her this morning, I learned she got in contact with some people from her church, and soon she'll be having somebody who specializes in spirits come take a look. Instance 5. I'm not entirely sure if this was in my head or an actual encounter because I was tripping on shrooms. Not my first time, so I know how to function. About a month ago, I decided to trip in my house, and my current girlfriend and 2 other friends were there. For the majority of the trip, we stayed upstairs watching cool TV shows. The Midnight Gospel on Netflix, highly recommended. I had to go downstairs to piss, so I went down by myself. I swear that while I was coming down the stairs, I saw what looked to be a woman's face smiling in an unsettling way at me from the couch. I had some laundry on the couch, and I saw the face vividly in the laundry. This actually disturbed me, and I sprinted to the bathroom to piss, then sprinted back upstairs for the rest of the night. And then the narrator sprinted to go to bed. See ya. Step into the mystique with Paranormal M. Subscribe and turn on notifications to join us on our quest for the extraordinary. And if you have a second, do me a favor and drop a comment and put your suggestions on what things you might like to see in the next following episodes. Brace yourself for a mind-bending experience as we unveil the secrets of the paranormal with our latest tales. Can good spirits attach themselves to objects? I've had an experience with I don't want to say, but a bad spirit. But maybe a spirit that tried to grab me when I was about 3. It was not a happy spirit, I'll say that. And it was attached to and under my bed. My aunt, who had that bed after we did, has confirmed that she's witnessed this spirit too. I've also bought a vintage briefcase that felt like bad juju years ago, and I had to get rid of that. Bad spirits attaching themselves to objects I've heard of plenty. But there is a painting I've found out in public, just out in the neighborhood in the heart of DC circa 2015. I brought it home, and in the 3 different apartments I've had in DC, I always felt there was something in the bathroom, which is where I kept this painting always. However, whatever it was felt friendly. Note, when I did sense that something was in my bathroom with me, I told it that it was welcome to stay, so long as it never hurt or scared me. I've witnessed a few things that support the idea that there was something there. In my home, each of my homes in D.C., and in the bathroom. Now I live in Savannah, but I keep this painting in my bathroom still. I don't feel a presence as strongly, but I've never felt there was anything bad living in either of my homes here. Last night I had a panic attack after seeing a photo of what looked like a bad spirit or demonic entity. I called a friend to help me down. The safest place I could find to sit and talk myself down was on the toilet, and that was with the lid closed and my pants on, in case you're wondering. My friend asked, especially out of curiosity, if quote-unquote Hector, the name of the painting, it's a cross between John Lennon and Hector Lavoe, if he was in my house. He was actually right behind me on the back of the toilet. My friend smiled. He said he believes there's something there, but that it's good, maybe even protective. And I'm kind of prone to believe this too. But has this ever been heard of? This is a bit of a long story, but this happened about 20 years ago. After my divorce, I kept possession of the house until it sold. In order to make the mortgage, I took on a roommate. He and I became good friends, and when the house sold, we moved into an apartment together. The place we got was one of the 3 apartments in a house that had long ago been converted. The owner was renovating the inside, and ours was the only apartment that was ready to move into. We had the entire 2nd floor, in fact. It was a 3-bedroom with a kitchen, a bathroom, a dining room, and a living room. All of the rooms except the bathroom had doors that led to the hallway, and then to the room next to it. In theory, one could run a circle through the entire place. I did some research the way back in the day, but the house was apparently a brothel. Not really sure if this had anything to do with each other or the rooms being connected or not. Anyway, we were the only tenants for almost a year, and during that time, a lot of odd things happened. I took the bedroom on the rear side of the apartment, while my roommate, I'll call him Tim, he took the frontmost. That left the room between us vacant, though this is not important. I had 2 jobs, a day and a night job. I worked at a local bar and a club. Tim only had a day job, and most nights he would come hang out at the club with me. Things started off slowly. Tim had an annoying habit of pacing while he talked on the phone. He would walk down the hall through the kitchen into the dining room and into the living room and back down the hall, every damn time. One night, maybe a month after we moved in, I was awoken to the sound of his voice and footsteps. I looked at the clock and it was well after 1. This happened to be a night that I was not working. I kind of shrugged it off and went back to sleep. The next day when I saw Tim, I asked him who the hell he was talking to so late. He looked me in the eye and he told me to stop messing with him because he heard me talking and walking. A little more info on the house. It was a 2-story, and it clearly was, with a basement and the main door, and there's a security door. You entered into a shirt hall and ran next to the staircase leading to our apartment. Immediately on either side of the security door were the doors that opened to the 2 and the 1-bedroom apartments. For most of the first year, getting to the basement was a challenge at best. The landlord had pulled the appliances from the 2-bedroom apartment and put them in the short hallway. No one really needed to get to the basement anyway, and it was absolutely needed. We had to climb over the appliances. The entire house had those interconnected fire alarms too. So if the smoke alarm went off in the apartment 1, all of them went off in every apartment. One Saturday we were getting home from the club, and as we pulled into the driveway, we could hear the sound of the smoke alarms going off. We immediately ran up the stairs to our place to make sure there was no fire. Important side note is, except for the smoke alarms, neither of the 2 first-floor apartments had power. We did the whole waving at the alarms in every room to silence them to no avail. This clearly meant that one of the alarms in one of the apartments had been triggered. We scrambled over the mess on the lower hall and went down into the basement to find the breaker that controlled the alarms. As soon as I reached the bottom of the stairs, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I was covered in goosebumps. Tim asked me if I felt it too. When I asked what he meant, he said he was being watched. I agreed. Besides 3 furnaces, the basement was empty. No place for anybody to hide, though we did circle the items to be sure. We tripped the breaker and silenced the alarms. Turning the breaker back on did not result in the alarms going off again, which they would have done had there been an actual fire. The next day, a Sunday, which meant the landlord would not be over to work, we called him to tell him of the ordeal. He showed up and did a walk-through inspection, especially the alarms. No one could figure out why they were going off. He commended us for stopping them, gave us a key to each empty apartment, and left. Sunday night came, and we both went to the club again. Came home to the same thing. This time, instead of heading right to the basement, we entered the other apartments to try to silence the alarms. Nothing we did worked. So we returned to the basement. This went on every night that I worked at the club, until the apartments were filled. The night I had off, we went to bed. No alarms. It was like whatever it was that was triggering them was messing with us. Although, once the 2 downstairs apartments were filled, the alarms never went off again. There was a lot of other activity while we lived there. I still had my class ring at the time. It vanished from inside the small box I used to store that in my spare watch in. Just the ring. And 10 years later, after I moved out, the landlord called me to tell me the newest tenant had a need to get onto the attic, and my ring was sitting on the top of the box that they had put up there when they moved in a year ago. We often heard footsteps and conversations from our apartment, and from the empty ones below us. The creepiest thing that had ever happened occurred after he had moved out. I was living in the apartment alone. I was seeking a new roommate or a smaller apartment. I was awoken by the feeling of something tugging on my foot. I looked around the room, which was well lit because it was around 9 in the morning. I always slept in as later as I could on those days, at least when I didn't have to work my regular day job. I didn't see anything until I got to the corner of the room by the door that led to the hallway. It was inexplicably dark, almost as if something was not allowing the light from my curtainless window to find that space. I got out of bed and walked toward it, shivers of cold running up my spine. As I got closer, the darkness gave way to light, and I saw the corner was empty. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe I had been dreaming, then not awake enough to actually see the corner. I climbed back into bed, and as soon as I drifted back to sleep, something yanked on my foot. It yanked hard enough to actually move my entire body toward the foot of my bed. I sat up and looked at the corner, again shrouded by absolute darkness, and at this, I got out of bed and stayed out. I actually left for the day. I was that creeped out. I thought I would share another story about my ghost encounters. About a week ago, I shared a story about a place I shared with a roommate. This is a story about an experience I had living alone. As I stated, after 10 years, I moved away from the apartment I shared with the roommate into a second-floor apartment. This, too, was once a larger home, but had been converted into 2 separate units. The first floor was still used as a house. The people that owned it had turned the second story into an apartment for their daughter. When she moved out to get married, they decided to rent it out. It had one entrance via a door that was 15 feet from their entrance. This door led to a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs, the bathroom door was directly across, with the entrance to the bedroom to the right. Going left took you through the very small kitchen and then the living room. I especially liked the living room as it was huge, and two of the walls had half doors built into it. They were used as storage. I moved in the first week or so was peaceful and uneventful. After about a week, I woke up one night to go to work. I worked overnights in a factory. I went into the living room to sit on my couch and chill before heading out and found all of the storage doors wide open. There were 6 in total. I closed them, thinking maybe I'd been looking for something in them before going to bed and forgot. I don't know. While I had had experiences with the paranormal most of my life, I had never encountered an entity that would move objects. I went to work and came home. I immediately checked the doors and they were still closed. And as an explanation, the doors did not have nose. Maybe they meant knobs. They had a latch that you had to twist in order to open them. Kinda hard to explain. I made myself some dinner, watched a movie before heading off to shower. I have always, even when living alone, been the type that closes the bathroom door whenever I'm in it. I get undressed and start the shower and hear a knock at the main door. I throw on my pants, exit the bathroom, and head down the stairs to find no one at the door. I was thinking whomever it was must have left before I could answer. I went upstairs to shower. It is important to note that I was alone in the entire house. Both of the owners worked during the day. I returned to the bathroom, closed the door, dropped my pants, and hop in the shower. No sooner do I get soaked than there is yet again another knock on the bathroom door. And I'm not talking a nice soft rapping sound. Someone is pounding on the door. After I crawl back into my skin that I just jumped out of, I shout out a "what?" I thought maybe, just maybe, one of my landlords had come home and knocked downstairs, failing to answer. Maybe they'd gone to get their key and let themselves in. Well, no one answered my question. I just stood there frozen in place, unsure of what my next action should be. Hearing nothing more after a couple of minutes, I grab my bar of soap and start to wash. Bang, 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 bang on the door again, hard enough to jar it in place. I am fully freaked out right now. I quickly rinse off and jump from the shower. Throw open the door, fully naked but not caring because somebody was about to get their ass kicked. No one was there. I quickly check out the apartment, dripping water everywhere, but find it empty. I even check the closets, the storage doors, and under my bed. I run down the stairs and find my door locked. There are no other cars in the driveway. It was then that I got the familiar feeling of being watched. I sprint and look up the stairs, and I can feel it up there looking back at me. I run up the stairs, saying as calmly as I can that this is not welcome and that it needs to leave. I go back to the bathroom to finish my shower, and as soon as I close the door behind me, it gets pounded on again. I mean, the second my hand left, you know. I wanted nothing more than to finish my shower, so I opened the door, just got back in. The water had started to turn cold at this point, so I finished quickly. For the 3 years I lived there, I could not close the bathroom door to even pass without it being pounded on. The storage doors would open randomly, but the worst experience I had while living there was the time I headed to bed. It was around 2. I was walking toward my bedroom when the door slammed shut before I could get there. I slept on the couch that day. I tried, as I always do, to tell them that they were not welcome and to sage to salt, but I believed then, as I do now, that these places are not haunted. But it is me that attracts these entities. The talking and saying and salting never works for me. My first ever encounter with ghosts at 14. As the title says, my lifelong encounters with ghosts started when I was 14. A bit of backstory. I lived at the end of a dead-end street. Directly across the road from my house was an old man that lived with his sister. They had inherited the house from their parents. Beside their house was just a cornfield, and beside it was a large field. My friends in the closest store were on the other side of that field. He was a nice old man and allowed us to cross through his lawn to get to the field instead of having to walk all the way up the road and then backtrack down the main road. It is also important to this story to point out that there is a patch of trees between the two different fields. It wasn't very big, maybe 15 feet thick, but it did run the entire length of both fields, and we would have to walk through it when taking the shortcut. It is also important to point out that there was a large dilapidated barn on the edge of the property line. It belonged to whoever owned the cornfield. I ended up getting a job at the little store that I mentioned earlier. I went in every night from 7 until 9. I stocked the coolers and sorted out the bottle returns by vendor. Even in the summer, I would walk home in the dark. I had never had a good feeling when I would walk past the barn. I always felt as if something was watching me and my skin would crawl. But the shortcut saved me 20 minutes of walking, so I always used it. One night while I was walking to work in the winter, I got to the patch of trees. It was dark as dark could be, the nearest streetlight well over a football field's length away. The only light was from the full moon. The area where I crossed was swampy, and there was always standing water. Being winter, the water was frozen over and to my left. I was about halfway through the patch of woods when my skin began to crawl in earnest. I heard a sharp crack from the ice to my left. Anyone that's ever walked over ice that was not solid enough to support their weight knows the sound of a foot breaking through it. That was the sound that I heard. I froze mid-step, worried that there was some sort of animal there. I slowly turned to look at the source of the sound and saw this black figure looking at me from around 20 feet away. Even typing this so many years removed from the experience, it gives me goosebumps. I knew instantly that this was neither a wild animal nor a living person. I could make out the trees behind it, but it was not really see-through, but kind of transparent. It's difficult to articulate exactly. It also lacked any real form. Its head was shaped like a person, but it had no arms or legs that I could see. As I stood there glued in place, it started to move toward me. This was all it took to break me from my spot. To say that I ran fast would be an understatement. The snow was about 8 inches deep in the field, and I'm pretty sure that I could have set an Olympic record. I got to the main road and crossed it to the store. I stood outside for some time before catching my breath. The entire 2 hours I worked, I kept getting chills and my eyes would water. At 9, when the store closed, I was to head home. I stood by the edge of the road to gather my courage. Finally, I crossed the road and entered the field. As I got closer to the patch of trees, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I knew I was no longer alone. I broke into a sprint again, feeling like I was running for my life. If there was something waiting for me, I never saw it. For the next few weeks, every time I would take the shortcut at night, I would get the same sensation. Eventually, I caved and started to take the long way. This spirit, ghost, demon, whatever it was, stayed with me until I graduated high school and moved. I went on an exchange trip to France, and I was out hiking in the Alps and I saw it there. My host's family's son also saw it, so I knew I was not imagining it. I have shared some experiences from my past, now for something more recent. As I've gone through life, I've moved a few times. Each time it takes time for the hauntings and visits and encounters, whatever you want to call them, to resume. About 4 years ago, I moved to another state. I've been employed for the last 20-ish years as a plant manager, the guy in charge of manufacturing company. A new company opened within a few weeks of me moving, and I got to the position there of running the place. The building was already there, and the new company just bought the property. This meant that I was responsible for hiring the staff and setting up the plant to produce. The first month we were there, it just was me and another guy. We were mostly doing cleaning as the former owners had left quite a mess behind. I was never the kind of boss to sit on my ass while my employees did everything, so I decided to make the plant into sections, so each of us worked independently on a given section at a time. I've always felt as though I attracted these entities, but this building must have had some history too. It started out simply enough. I would be working and I would hear my name being called. When I would go check with one employee, he would always deny calling to me. As the boss, I always arrived before anyone else. This was true even in the beginning. I would get to work and all the lights would be on, though I knew I had turned them all off the night before. The fridge door would be standing open and neither of us was using it yet. Tools and cleaning supplies would move from where they were left. Still nothing grand by any means. It was not until about a year after we were up and running that the experiences became more extreme. There would be days when I was on my office and just working mornings and I would hear muffled conversations through the wall. For context, my office wall was shared with the entryway where the employees would come in daily. That's when I would go out to see who had arrived. So there was really never anybody out there, and the only lot had my car. Shortly after this started, I was out on production floor talking to my crew. I always make it a point to socialize with them individually so they know that I'm invested in them as a person, which I truly am. My only woman employee, I'll simply call her Jay, she ran the last machine in line and she was always the last person I got to. When I approached her, she looked nervous, which was quite unlike her. I asked her what was up. Jay explained to me that she was sensitive to spirits, and since she had started, she had heard voices calling her name. That morning, though, she had seen a man standing behind her machine, watching her with a look of malice on his face. When she went around the machine, the man had vanished. Another part of my job was watching the security footage every night. The owner was paranoid about theft, and beside my office and the restrooms, there was not a spot inside or out of the property that was not watched 24/7. The cameras had night vision and motion detectors, so the review screen would alert me to times I should really pay attention to. At first, there would be indications of movement where I could not see anything. I chalked this up to a mouse or something moving in the camera's view, but too small to make out. That all changed about a month later. We only ran one shift. Everyone, including me, left at 3:30 daily, and as I said, a month give or take a few days after the empty footage, I noticed every day that there was a timestamp from one camera at exactly 3:45. When I would review the footage, it was always the same. From seemingly out of nowhere, orbs would appear, hundreds and hundreds of them. They would fly almost like a flock of birds, one way, then the other in front of the camera. When they changed direction, it was in unison, again like a flock of birds. It always lasted from 30 to 50 minutes before they would vanish. We didn't have forced air for heat, so I knew it was not just dust being blown around, and as I said, it was only one camera which happened to be mounted to the wall outside of my office. I showed the footage to Jay one morning. She agreed that this was not a natural event. It still goes on to this day, as do the voices. I've seen people that were not there as well, but whenever I go look at the footage, they're never there. I think I had a spirit attached to me. Remembered something from years ago. Thought I would share and also get other people's thoughts. Back when I was a freshman in college, probably around January 2018, I would have the same dream every night for 3 months. Some nights I wouldn't have the dream, but I would still wake up the next day or in the middle of the night with the same feeling. The dream would go like this. I would wake up in my dream, lucid almost, but would be staring at myself. I wasn't in bed. In fact, I was in a completely gray world. No walls or floors to, indicate a sense of where I was at. But it did feel empty despite me laying in the middle covered in whatever blanket I was sleeping in that night. There would be a slow zoom at my figure, and suddenly it would shift to where I was now in my body with my eyes wide open. I would feel a presence behind me. I was laying down next to my own sleeping body as black hair creeped over my eyes that was not my own. I had short brown curly hair at the time. As the hair covered my vision, I felt something or someone go close to my ear and whisper, "Turn around and I'll kill you." As she said kill you, and yes, it was a creepy female voice, I would wake up and be staring at my wall. I would also feel like the presence was still behind me, and every time I turned around, there was nothing. Nothing but the weight behind me seemed to lift off the bed as if, like, me turning around maybe scared it off. I never was afraid of this woman, and I always felt as if she was kind of protective of me. At the time, I was also going through a very mentally abusive relationship, so this may have been a trigger, but the dream would always go to the exact same way. And funnily enough, after I broke up with this asshole a couple of months later, I stopped having this dream. And I've not really seen anything or felt her at all since then, but I always felt like I knew what she looked like. Long black hair, long white dress, and a bent neck, like the bent neck lady from the stories. This was also before The Haunting of Hill House show, so I couldn't really have had any influence from that. The night my granddad died, a shared experience. So for context, my granddad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer back in 2008. He passed away not long after. The same year at the time I was 16 years old, but didn't really comprehend how sick my granddad was, nor did I realize that he was never really coming out of the hospital. My family had downplayed the severity of his illness. For added context, I was extremely close with my grandparents, and my granddad in particular. He was my best friend, my father figure and mentor. Sorry to my cousins, but I was also his favorite grandchild, confirmed by my nan. So the night my granddad passed away, I had an incredibly vivid dream that I was in this hospital room with him. He was saying his goodbyes to me, let me know how proud he was and that everything would be okay and to take care of my nan. And I too got to say my goodbyes to him. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling completely calm and at peace, and I had accepted my grandfather's passing. Within what seemed to be minutes of walking home, the phone rang. My parents received a phone call from the hospital saying that my granddad had passed away. I popped my head out of my bedroom. I asked my mom if he'd passed away while they were getting ready, and she said yeah. I went straight back to bed, again feeling calm and at peace. The following morning, once my parents returned from the hospital, with my nan too, I told my mom about my dream. She went pale in the face and told me to repeat what I'd told her to my nan. My nan had more or less had the exact same dream during the night again. She was in his hospital room. He was saying his goodbyes to her, and he was reassuring her that everything would be okay. And she got to say her goodbyes, and she too woke up at peace knowing what had happened before receiving the call. Never confirmed the times of our dreams, but believed them to have happened around the same time, given the phone calls. To this day, I don't know what to make of it. I wouldn't have given it as much thought if my nan hadn't had the same dream. But yeah, the odds of the two people having the same dream relating to the same person in the same setting and context that same night kind of blows my mind. Brought me so much comfort during that dark time and still does to this day. I genuinely believe I was a witness to something beyond our realm. I think about it often, and I have no logical explanation for my nan and I sharing this experience. I would tend to agree with you. Saw my ex-father-in-law a few weeks after he died. My ex-father-in-law was an untypical person. His entire life he believed that he had the gift. He would do tarot readings for a living, believed he could predict future events even. He once told my mother-in-law that she couldn't go to Birmingham. Apparently he thought it was going to blow up, and I never liked him, not his beliefs, but he was cruel. And he was also pretty incredibly stupid. He said the Holocaust didn't happen. So he was a part of my life unwillingly, you could say. He never liked me either. But then he got sick, got an ulcer on the back of his neck that was going into his brain. He refused medical treatment as he said it was the government doing it to stop him from publishing a book. His wife believed him about everything. Months later, he got so sick, we as a family said that he had to go to the hospital. He did, and then came back a few weeks later, had a huge stroke and died in what was their little living room. It's like a typical room used as a living room, and that was his occult room. When he died, his wife called my partner, her son, and we ran straight over. He was being worked on, but clearly dead. About 2 months after this, my mother-in-law, my partner, her son, and her other son were going out for the day. The mother-in-law, who I was very close to, asked me if I could make the living room that he died in into an office for her. My ex-father-in-law was very specific in his life about the house. Wouldn't allow change or getting rid of anything. He was very, very anti-it. So I'm by myself moving crap, dragging a desk. Then I see him. He's in the garden looking through the window. Not at me. He doesn't acknowledge me at all. He puts his head through the window and he looks back and forth at the space and then disappears. He was wearing the exact outfit he did, like a striped top and light cargo trousers. He looked exactly like him, but almost slightly see-through. It didn't scare me at all. Called his wife to tell her what happened. She was overcome with emotions and felt guilty that she had changed the room around. No one ever saw his ghost again, though. I was sad that out of all the people I've known and truly loved, well, I get to see this idiot who I disliked while he was alive. Encounters I've had, looking for feedback on it. I was living at home still. I was maybe 17, maybe 18. We lived in a raised ranch house. My room was the basement. To enter my living space from outside, you had to first go into the garage, walk through the garage, enter a laundry room, then go through another door to enter my room. 3 doors in total. Now, when you opened the middle door, it would create a vacuum and the third door would jiggle in the jam. This way, I always knew when somebody was coming into my room because I'd see the door move before somebody came walking. My friends, they would routinely come in at any hour of the day, too. So I'm on the couch back to the door. I had the TV on listening to ESPN. I hear the TV and I'm fully aware. My back is to the TV and the door. I hear the door wiggle. A few seconds later, I hear the door open. I see a light flood into the room. I feel someone there. I begin to roll over to see who just has entered my room. I literally can't even move, though. I can't move my body and I can't roll over. I'm frozen. I'm also petrified, scared stiff. I feel terror. I feel dread. Again, I can't move, can't talk. I tried and I did see the lights from the TV flickering around the room. I did see the light from the middle room on the wall behind me. All of a sudden, I hear the door close. Everything returned to normal, and I went to sleep like nothing happened. First and last time it happened. Second experience, look up a ghost of, Second experience, look up Ghost at Professor Java, Wolf Road, Albany, New York. I was born there. You'll read about a ghost I saw, and that ghost followed that ghost into an empty room at the cafe. Visited an abandoned manor and heard voices. Some years back, I were to go on a camping trip to the woods with a friend and my partner. Since I like to take photos, my friend suggested we visited a big abandoned manor that he knew of in the area. We were to set up camp there. The place is very desolate, with only one small residential house in sight. It was situated maybe a kilometer from the manor, only visible due to a flat landscape. Due to all the broken glass inside the manor, our friend was walking around outside with his dog, while me and my boyfriend explored the inside. We walked up some stairs and entered a room, and that's where I got an eerie feeling. And for some reason, I kind of felt it had something to do with children. I just told my partner I didn't like how that room made me feel. I would go downstairs again. He continued to explore the upstairs further, and then came to join me downstairs. And that's when we heard it, like a gust of echoes passing right past us. Children's laughter. Me being the only person in the company with a tendency for superstition, I asked my partner, "Did you also hear that?" He said, "That was children." We shouted to our friend if there was anybody but him outside, and he answered that there was a car driving around the courtyard, and for some reason this made us discard what we heard as children outside, although it felt like it passed us. Fast forward to later that night. We're laying in the woods ready to sleep. I suddenly realized something. I poked my partner and I said, "We talked to those people in the car. There were no children with them. It was a young woman practicing for a driver's license with her teacher in a place with no traffic. There was no one else in sight." My partner, who's not superstitious, said about this place, "I'll never go back there unless it's burnt down." The latter being a joke, of course. Ironically, the place burned down, even the same part of the building where we had that experience. Presumed arson. I have tried to find other stories from the same place, but without luck, at least for specific stories. But I have seen plenty of people mentioning it as an extremely unpleasant and haunted location. My husband's encounter in hospital when he almost died. My husband had a history of his heart rate dropping into the low 40s. This morning it started happening again. He collapsed. He fell 3 feet off some steps. Once he got up, he woke me and said that I needed to call 911. He said something was different this time. By the time the paramedics got to him, his heart rate was down to 20. He was surrounded by a team of nurses and doctors trying everything to bring his heart rate up. This was when things got weird. They started to shock his heart to get it into a normal rhythm. Each shock, he said, was extremely painful. During these shocks, my husband looks up in the room full of doctors and nurses. He sees an older lady. She's in normal clothing, no badge on, and she's approaching him. This is happening during all the chaos of multiple medical staff trying to save his life. The older woman reaches him, grabs his hand, whispers into his ear. She tells him not to worry and everything will be okay. As she's speaking to him, an incredible warmth filled his body. Any fear that he had went away, and now he was calm. The woman then walks away. The shocks stop, and the doctors determine he needs an emergency pacemaker installed. He has the surgery within an hour. Surgery goes well. Then things get weirder. The ICU recovering. He shares this story with me. It's about a lady in the ER, and while sharing this story with me, he's very emotional and crying. I asked the nurse if there had been anyone in the ER that could have approached him like the old lady in street clothes did. She said, "No way." Okay, this is definitely getting weirder. For context, my husband is 43 years old, pretty much an atheist who really doesn't believe in ghosts or angels. Well, except for the time my dad passed away. There's a darker, more frightening story I may share another time. After a few days, he's released from the hospital. He goes home and I post this amazing story on Facebook. A couple of days pass, and our take on reality is shook to our core. I'm sleeping on this third day home. That's when I hear him screaming and crying. "Oh my God, it's her! It's her, oh my God!" I run to the room that he's in and he's bawling. I ask what's wrong and he shows me a picture on his phone. It's an obituary. It featured a picture of an old lady. "It's her," he cries. The obituary was a text to him from a close friend of ours. She had seen my post about his ER experience. She had decided to do a search of deaths in the hospital the morning my husband was in the ER. In doing so, she came across an obituary. The lady I was looking at had died around the same time he was in the ER at the same hospital. What the fuck? Odd man standing in the back of my garden. About 8 years ago, maybe more, I remember very vividly a tall, slender male figure standing in the very back of my garden. He was wearing a rather old-fashioned clothing, a long black trench coat, a top hat, and he appeared to have black shoes that matched the attire. I have a rather large back garden, and my kitchen window looks out onto about half of it. The rest of it is toward the side of my house, and I remember I was standing in the kitchen looking out. He was right in the corner of the garden near a wooden gate that used to connect to the railway lines that are just behind the garden. This was removed quite a while later as it was deemed unsafe and damaged by the wind. It was getting dark out, but just light enough so I was able to see. I remember the image so well because he looked so insanely creepy. I ended up doing some research about the area I live in a couple years ago. Found out that there used to be a few bomb shelters scattered along the railway line. They were used in the war. One or two of them still remain behind my garden to this day. He looked like he could have been straight out of the war or in hiding. I've recalled this story so many times to my mother as she was in the kitchen with me at the time. She knows I haven't been able to let it go since. I could draw it, I remember it so well. I don't remember if he left or if I moved away or he disappeared, but it felt like I was looking at him for a very long time. I was just trying to figure him out. I don't recall any expression on his face, but from his posture he seemed deflated and zombie-like almost, as if he'd been through a lot and looking for help. I've also had multiple sightings in my home of a young boy wearing similar attire, top hat, polished shoes, black blazer, knee-high white socks. My mom has seen him on multiple occasions too, and even though it's been years since I last saw either of them, I think about them a lot. It makes sense to me that they were both from the war times. Did my old pet cat visit me? I, a 28-year-old female, live alone with one cat, a 10-year-old male. He's very close with me. He comes to the door to greet anybody like a dog would, and he's a good listener. Come, no, get down, stuff like that. He messes with spiders and stink bugs indoors and watches and hunts birds through the window, but couldn't care less about squirrels. Not even neighborhood dogs. Not sure if he's ever encountered a mouse. The only times he's gone outside the litter box is when I've been out of the house for too long or at my boyfriend's place 4 nights in a row, for example. Or perhaps the very rare occasion the door to his litter box area is closed accidentally, when those times did occur, he peed on my bed without fail. I learned to honor his bond with me by being home consistently, closing my bedroom door when I'm not home. We'd been problem-free for over a year. I can't frickin' live without running water. Despite the cat fountain, he's always up on the bathroom sink asking for a drink. My first ever pet, Cat, almost made it to 18. She passed 1 year ago, which is 2/6/23. She was also a huge fan of running water, and in her more youthful years would see us on the way to the bathroom and race us to the sink or tub to wait patiently for us to turn it on for her. Last night, which is this morning, the 7th technically, I got up to pee at 6 a.m. My cat heard me and came in from the living room. With the bathroom door open, I can see the front door of my apartment. From the toilet and tub to the left, vanity to my right, my cat sat on the floor between me and the bathroom door. I saw a flit of something about my head height. It was in my right periphery, which would be roughly the right side of the vanity above the sink bowl. I do take sedative medication at night, so I second-guessed myself at first. Maybe it was just a messy bun frizz over my ear that I saw. But my cat saw what I saw and was immediately alert. He stood up, jumped on the sink, jumped down, trotted over to the front door, sniffed the crack of the doormat, trotted back, and veered into my bedroom out of sight. I checked my door, closets, and windows. There was nothing funny going on. Went back in my room and my cat had peed on my bed and was pawing, just covering it up. I don't want to anthropomorphize, but I've never seen him act like that, and it did feel like pretty good kitty guard behavior. Checked the entry point, marked my bed to keep whatever was away from me and my human spot. I heard nothing and I smelled nothing. I didn't get any sensory feelings like the room's cold all of a sudden or hair standing up that I've heard about. All I felt was unease because I know that he saw it too. He was visibly on edge for a little under 5 minutes. Other thoughts went through my mind. Bird? Bat? But there was nothing flying around or trying to get out after that moment. No birds, no bugs. I didn't think it would make sense for it to be a mouse, at least at head's height in the bathroom. Flying mouse. Stink bug makes more sense in that respect, but I can't imagine him acting that way from a bug sighting. My only other explanation currently is that my beloved old cat visited me on the 1-year anniversary of her death to get a sink drink. The devastating part is I flushed and walked the path my live cat took, and the thought it could have been my past kitty didn't dawn on me until I remade the bed and settled back down. So if it was her, I didn't turn the faucet on for her. I don't feel safe anymore and I'm getting desperate. I would generally consider myself a skeptic. I don't really believe in this kind of stuff usually, but I've been having some strange experiences. I don't have anything else to turn to, so I hope this might get some answers, or at the very least rule out some options. Okay, so where do we even begin with this? It started a few months ago. My house is small and only has 3 tiny bedrooms. The majority of the time I've lived here, there were 5 people. I shared a room with my sister up until October of 2023 when my brother moved out and she took his old room. A while after that is when I started to notice odd things. At first it was generally paranoia. In my room, and usually only in my room for at least an hour before I go to sleep, I get this really paranoid feeling. It could be a feeling of being watched or being hyper-aware of noise, but I would be really anxious. Then things picked up a bit. I started to feel something hovering over my ear, never really seeing anything but feeling it deeply. That tickle when someone whispers, you know? Kind of like that. It's just hovering over my ear. This only happens to my right ear. It just so happens that when I lay to my left side, I face a mirror as it's close to my closet door, Apparently, that's bad luck, I hear. Anyways, it goes on from here. One night as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a man clearly whisper, "Stay awake," in my right ear, which scared the shit out of me for obvious reasons. I felt that same hovering and watched feeling. Lately, I've noticed things moving across my vision, shadows in the corners of my eyes and little white blurs across my vision. This only really happens in my bedroom and not much else. I've noticed something worse when I'm asleep. I often sleep with my hand under my pillow. Sometimes my hand peeks out from under the pillow and then it happens. Something is grabbing my hand. It starts at my index finger and pulls slightly on it as if I'm trying to be discreet. Then it works its way to my pinky. Then it goes back to the index finger, only this time it makes small circular motions with it, pressing it on my pillow lightly. It does this with each one until it reaches my pinky. Then after that it shakes my headboard. I've also noticed my mattress shake slightly while I sleep, which is definitely not normal. As far as I can recall, this is all the detail I have as of now. I'm worried I have a ghost of some kind. I'm also worried because my mental illness runs in my family. My grandpa had schizophrenia. So Reddit, I ask you, do I have a ghost or should I be evaluated instead? And if I do have a ghost, what can I do about it? What do you guys think? Paranormal experience in Pagosa Springs, Colorado. Anyone else? In the summer of 2022, I stayed in Pagosa Springs, Colorado in an Airbnb. For context, I'm a 30-year-old female. I was traveling solo. The Airbnb was about 2 miles outside of the main downtown area, so it wasn't exactly remote, but it was in an area with little light pollution and not necessarily close to any businesses. That day I walked around town visiting the local hot springs, going into a few of the shops. I mentioned this because I had Texas plates, and I wondered if maybe somebody followed me from town to my Airbnb knowing that I was traveling alone. At 10 p.m. somebody knocked on the door, and in a scared voice it said, "Are you there?" I had an immediate sense of dread and fear and ducked into the kitchen where I couldn't be seen from the window. I dialed 911 and explained the situation. I was on the phone with dispatch for 5 minutes before the cops showed up. The entire time the voice repeated, "Are you there? Are you there?" in the same scared inflection, not yelling and no other words, just, "Are you there?" Even though the voice remained consistent, the banging on the door was aggressive. They rang the doorbell over and over. My 2 dogs were barking and going crazy, but that didn't seem to deter whoever or whatever was outside from continuing to bang on the door. The Airbnb had a clear view of the road, and whoever was outside could have 100% seen a car coming from a decent distance away. For 20 seconds, the banging stopped, and dispatch told me the cops were outside. When I opened the door, no one was there other than the cops. Whoever had been banging on the door for 5 minutes ran away when they saw cops coming. Now, I've considered it. Maybe it could have been a drunk person, but there were no bars nearby, and there was never somebody's name as if there was the wrong house or even the word help. They just continuously repeated, "Are you there?" Deaths on the plot. I have recently found out about my paternal great-grandparents, which on their grave plot occurred 2 strange deaths that occurred in the same time of each other. The paranormal event itself took place 40 years ago in 1980. I was born in 2001, so I didn't know my great-grandparents, and I was also fostered too. I was told by my biological mom's best friend Kay, as she's a scholar, especially on my maternal family history. She told me the story in October of 2023, where we met each other while shopping. I live in Merseyside, Cheshire, in the northwest of England. My great-grandparents' plot is in Halton Village Cemetery. The name of my grandparents is Sissy and Harold. Both died in 1980. The strange deaths involved Harold and their pet animal Peaches, whom died in a short space of each other at the graveside. I will provide a picture in the headstone to further illustrate this. The story is as told by Kay, and that's that Sissy died of natural causes on the 24th of October. That's in 1980 again. And that was a harrowing time for Harold. He lost his soulmate, and a few months later, while visiting Sissy's graveside, he died unexpectedly. She was buried there on the 11th of December, 1980. The dog Peaches also died at Harold and Sissy's graveside. Both are buried together. Peaches was taken in by another couple, and that dog unexpectedly ran away and passed away at the graveside. Kay described it as an unexplainable strange, and that there could be a paranormal dimension to this, or that they died of a broken strange. But it is a perplexing situation nonetheless. A broken strange. I saw blue sparkling lights. A close family friend and coworker had recently died of cancer. I'd been heartbroken, often crying while I cooked dinner because I, of course, had to put his obituary up on my fridge to remind me. Well, one night around that time, I had just finished putting our plates on the dinner table and the coffee table in the living room and then back into the kitchen to grab the salt and pepper. About halfway into the kitchen, I realized all these blue sparkling lights were around me. They were everywhere, and they were beautiful. There had to be thousands of them. They were sort of swimming and falling all over me. I sort of twirled in place in awe of it. After getting over how cool it was, I started to think if it was probably an eye thing, like standing up too fast. So I closed my eyes. I saw nothing. When I reopened them, all the lights were still there. I actually got a little nervous thinking that this was like a trick of the eye situation, but it was lasting entirely too long. I stood there watching and contemplated the possibility that I was having a stroke, until they all started leaving. They left in a kind of a pretty way, like fading one by one until a few were only left. Eventually they were all gone, and I was just left dumbstruck. I did some research the next day at work and found that it might actually be a sign of retinal detachment. Although I didn't find my exact experience in the symptoms, I did, well, they say that you can see flashing lights. I wore glasses, so I eventually made it to an eye exam and I asked them about it. The doctor said my eyes were fine. Sometimes weird things happen, but they didn't seem concerned about it. That was around 3 years ago. I recently moved, so I'm no longer in that house and haven't experienced anything like it since. No shadowy figures with top hats either. Until this morning, my husband was taking a shower while I was brushing my hair in front of the sink when the little sparkling lights started popping up and floating around me. There was nobody nearby, and there weren't as near many of these things as last time either, but it was still beautiful. As quickly as they appeared, they began fading away though, one by one until there was only one left. I thought about reaching out to touch it, but by the time I started lifting my arm, it was gone. It felt like something was saying hi. Something paranormal, or possibly neurological, I don't know. But it was an experience. The shadowy figure. The current house I've been living in for the last 21 years used to have signs of paranormal presence that at least one of my family members encountered at least once, with me having the pleasure to encounter it one night too. So backtracking to the first encounters, The residents of the house was my father and mother and grandmother and uncle and my 2 younger siblings and I. My youngest sibling was around 5, stayed in my grandma's room because she raised him while my mom worked. My uncle also stayed in that room too. My uncle used to hunt for sport, so his guns and ammo were always under his bed. I shared a room with my sister, but I slept on the floor, and she for the bed since she was the girl. Last was my parents' bedroom. It was always a talk during breakfast that supposedly my uncle had seen a shadowy presence in the house. I would always dismiss it as him trying to scare us since we were young and my grandma superstitious. I would listen to the stories and then get a chill, but would always dismiss them. One day my grandma joined us at the table for breakfast. Everyone was already eating. My grandma scolds my younger brother, something along the lines of why he never came out of the restroom last night after she walked him. He seems confused. So according to her, he had woken her up in the middle of the night and asked her to walk him to the restroom since he was scared. Half asleep, she got up and walked him and waited for him outside the door. But it seemed to be taking forever, so she walked back to her bed and went to sleep. My brother was confused because he said he never got up. My mother backed him up by saying that he had, slept in her bed last night and never got up once. There was a silence, and then everyone broke out in laughter, teasing my grandma that the ghost had gotten her to walk to the restroom. My grandma got flustered, red-faced in embarrassment, saying it wasn't funny. I laughed, but at the same time thought she couldn't have dreamt it, ever skeptical. The second encounter was my sister. One night while I was in deep sleep, I was woken up by her stepping over me so she can exit the room to the restroom. I quickly squinted my eyes and fell back asleep. Morning came. I was eating breakfast and she looked pissed. "That wasn't funny. You must be so delighted thinking you were going to scare me." I was confused, and my mom asked her what had happened. According to her, she woke up to use the restroom, which I do remember. But after she used it, she was walking back to the room and saw me standing outside the room, waiting to lunge at her and scare her. She told me to stop, that it wasn't funny, and she looked away for a bit and didn't see me. She thought I quickly went back into the room to feign being asleep. I was so confused, I swore as much as I love scaring others for a good laugh that I didn't get up last night. I did confirm that I did see her walk out, but I never got up. She looked at me as if I was lying, and everybody teased her, saying it was the ghost. I asked her if she saw me. She said no, but it was like a shadow, and she assured that it was me. Now I was feeling kind of scared, not so skeptical anymore. A few months had passed. We all agreed as long as we don't bother the ghost, nothing would happen. Maybe it's friendly, like Casper or something. Now it was my turn. My uncle had left the house for a week to go hunting. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling thirsty, so I got up to go to the kitchen to get a glass of water. The way the furniture was arranged, it made the path from the living room to the kitchen a bit narrow, so only one person can pass it at a time. I bring this up because in front of me, like 10 feet away, there's a figure in my way. I just assume it to be my uncle, who's had a habit of getting a glass of water in the middle of the night. So as usual, we both kind of just, get by, and I turn and sidestep him to get past him. He does so likewise. I go to drink my glass of water and start making my way back to my room. My uncle once again is standing in the way, so I sidestep him. Then it hits me. My uncle isn't home, then who the heck is this? I stop for a moment, my fear just imagines a scary face from a horror movie. A face I don't want to see. This is the shadowy figure. I run to my room as if in chase sequence. I jump in bed under my covers, curled into a ball, my heart racing as if this was a threat that would actually stop it. I drift into sleep and wake up wishing it was a nightmare, but I knew it wasn't. I get up and go to my parents' room to tell them what I just experienced. They looked at me to see if I'm not joking for a moment, and I assure them I wasn't kidding, that I finally had an experience with this ghost or whatever it was. Years pass. I tell this story to my friends. One of them believes in the paranormal and he tells me about shadow people. That's possibly what I could have seen. Maybe it was a shadow person. I take some interest and do some research and conclude it might be because for everybody's encounters, we never saw a face, but just assumed it was one of our family members. I decide if that's what it is. Well, what can we do? Just let it be. As the year goes, I make friends with someone who supposedly sees paranormal things and whatnot. I'm skeptical in his gift, but after experiences in my house, I believe such stuff could exist. One day on July 4th, I invite him over since he's going to be alone, and I kind of felt bad. He takes the bus to my house, and I invite him in. I seat him in the living room, ask him if he wants some barbecue, so I get him a plate from outside. As I come back, we go to my room so we can watch TV and video games. As he sits down, he tells me, "Hey, I don't want to scare you, but there's an old man sitting in your living room couch." My heart skips a beat. I've never told him about my house or what we experienced there. So him seeing a single entity freaks me out. He doesn't mean harm, he just stays in this house. I told him to stop. I explain why it's freaking me out in the encounters that we had. He nods and says, "Yeah, all those encounters must have been him." I don't know if he's messing with me, but I no longer want him in my house. I tell him sorry, but he needs to leave. I get up and he follows me. "I'm sorry, but I don't feel comfortable and you shouldn't have told me that." "Are you scared?" "Kinda, but I think it's better if you left for now." I open the gate and he walks out. I feel kinda bad, but my fear is greater. He texts me, "Don't be afraid or he'll know. Just be calm." I ignore him. I decide to stay outside for the remainder of the evening. I never talk to him again, not wanting to be part of that world. The encounters stopped since then, but I'm not sure if I ever bring them up to my family they would ever really remember. See ya. Join us on Paranormal M, the channel that takes you beyond the ordinary. I just wanted to thank the long-term listeners and any new ones for checking out this video. And if you feel like helping out, hit the like button and subscribe and turn on notifications to explore the realm of the unexplained with our latest intriguing stories. We hope you're ready to question the reality that you know. Let's get started. Acoustic guitar and cologne. About a week ago, I was home alone. I went into my office closet to play guitar, mostly because I wanted to practice blindly. As I sat thinking of what to play, I heard what sounded like a door slamming. When I opened the closet door to peek out, I found my phone sitting on the floor in front of me. I wondered how it might have fallen from a flat surface to the carpet. It sounded so loud. I shrugged it off. Looking at my phone again, I thought, maybe I should record myself playing. Followed by another thought. Why bother? I'll never learn. Just then, my guitar strummed softly. My hands weren't near the strings, I'm sure. One hand rested on top and my other hand was open. The back of my hand on the neck. I think I could have moved them without realizing, but I know I disassociated. And that happens, I don't physically move. I also tried to see if I was close enough to have brushed up against the wall. I wasn't. I let it go. But tonight, as I walked past my office, I smelt cologne. It was familiar, but I couldn't place the scent right away. I know the guitar belonged to a man who passed away. His wife sold it. I'm thinking the guitar could be connected to him, but the cologne, I'm sure, was a friend who recently passed away because I gave it to him. Maybe I'm imagining things because I'm stressed out about this friend because the last time we spoke before he passed. Maybe these occurrences are all in my head. I absolutely smelled the cologne, though, and I'm sure that it reminds me of him. I've never intentionally reached out before, and I've had some pretty terrifying moments in the past with unwelcome contact, as well as some pleasant, but also uninvited. I guess I'm trying to decide whether to rationalize things or to move on, or explore why I think my house may be so susceptible to spirits. Advice is welcome. The ghost that copied my mother. While there is a pandemic, my mom still went to work, and in that time I stayed at home. One day my mom went to her work as always. I was playing computer games. I got a glass of water and I was in the living room. I finished my water and then I went to the kitchen to refill the water. But the thing started here. When I stand up, I heard snoring sounds from the bedroom. I was a little scared, but I think the sound came from my Xbox or PC. I controlled them, and they were silent. I went to the bedroom slowly. It was obvious that the sounds were coming from the bedroom. And when I looked to the bed, I saw a figure under the blanket. It was as if she had covered herself with a blanket and hid. For a second, I thinked if I was crazy, or maybe some schizophrenic things. I ran to the kitchen, I grabbed a knife, and I went to the bedroom. I came next to the bed, but when I pulled the blanket, nothing came out. But after I pulled the blanket, the sound stopped. I waited for my mom like 6 hours. I never told her this story, and to this year I experienced a more terrifying event. My mom went to meet a friend. I was home alone again. I bought some chips and cola. I played video games, I watched Netflix. Everything was fine. But I fell asleep on the couch at 9 p.m. At 10 p.m. I heard some noises and woke up. I was still lying on the couch, but I wasn't sleeping. I looked at the time and it was 10 p.m. Then I heard sounds from the door to outside. I heard the sound of our door opening. I thinked that my mom came home, so I pretended to sleep. I heard her footsteps. Then she came next to me and said, "Oh, you silly, why didn't you cover yourself with a blanket?" Then she covered me with the blanket. Then she walked away from me and went to her room. I heard the footsteps again. Then I stand up and went to her room. There was no one in the room. I've never been this scared in my life. I went to my room and I fell asleep in there. At morning, I asked my mom, "When did you come home?" She said 11:30 p.m. "264-year-old farmhouse." I live in a 264-year-old New England farmhouse. I moved in almost 3 years ago. However, my husband's lived here for 20 plus years. He said there have always been bouts of activity. Things will be quiet for an extended period. Then some will kick up and then it cycles. I, of course, laughed and didn't believe my husband. When I first moved in, I thought I was going crazy from stress or mental illness or even mold as I was having full-blown hallucinations. I went through the entire process of getting a full psych eval. At least after pretty much had like a nervous breakdown. I was cleared, and I even had a professional come in to clear us for mold and other toxins. Activity ranges from footsteps when no one else is home, to moving things, to being woken up to full-body apparitions standing over our bed. My husband jokes it's just part of living in an old house. He's never been alarmed and doesn't really care about capturing any evidence. I'm over here thinking I'm going completely crazy. Any suggestions on the best way to document this sort of stuff? A few ghost hunter groups have offered to come in for free. For a fee. But it isn't really plausible at this time. Old farmhouse experiences. Odd feelings a certain time of year. Last year I moved into an old farmhouse that my husband has spent over 20 years of his life at. It was built in the 1760s. There's been an ongoing joke with the family that the house has seen a lot, in quotes, and, in quotes again, has a lot of travelers. We live in an area close to an old fort in New Hampshire. My husband and I both grew up hearing stories about the French and Indian War. My husband also grew up being told that multiple people died in the house. I was finally able to verify this with a newspaper article, but never previously actually experienced anything here. I had visited the house multiple times before moving in, and nothing really ever struck me until I visited in October. 3 years ago now. As soon as we got close to the property, I became terrified. It was just pure fear. I thought maybe it was my depression or anxiety and didn't really give it a second thought. I moved in and occasionally felt like someone was watching me, but I figured, hey, it's an old house. The weird part is, during the months of September and January, I'm full of fear and terror. Geckos. At first, I suspected a case of seasonal depression or something, but the amount of fear I feel is almost agoraphobic, which is highly unusual for me. There's a field across the street from our house, and I'm unsure of the history, but it seems most of the fear is centered around this field, and a particular tree that's located in it. Last September, my husband was also out shoveling and felt like something was watching him. Quickly realized a black figure was watching him from the tree line. He started to feel a deep sense of fear. Then it randomly just disappeared. The newspaper article I found did state that a man fell to his death in October of 1893. But I feel like it's something so much darker. Two scary tales. Thoughts? When I was around 8, my cousins and I were playing outside. Now, mind you, the house that we were at was my younger cousin's house. She lived in the middle of nowhere. The nearest neighbors were 30 minutes away. Anyways, we were playing in a bouncy house. I heard a few children laugh, but I didn't say anything because I thought I was overhearing things. My cousins then asked me to turn off the bouncy house because they thought it would be fun once it was off. I don't know, man, we were bored. So I did. That's when they started to scream at me to turn it on. Mind you, I had barely turned it off. I asked what was wrong, and they told me that they heard children screaming at them to stop. They looked scared and shooken up, so we went inside. Before going inside the house, we felt as if we were being watched. Second story. I was around 15 and my friend were throwing a sleepover for her birthday. She had 2 very protective dogs. This will be important. We went over and had fun. That's when she told us that her house was haunted and that they played this game where they'll play hide and seek in the dark. There was about 15 of us in her house. We started to tell all each other weird things that would happen. They even showed us pictures. I didn't believe her, or at least I didn't want to believe her. Once it was 3 a.m., we're all sitting down in the living room by her door. She had 2 living rooms. We were just eating snacks when the lights turned off. We had a flashlight with us because we were going to start telling scary stories. We heard someone running in the 2nd floor. We saw a shadowy figure come down the stairs. We all froze, but ignore it. The next morning we were hanging out. She went upstairs to grab a few more blankets when suddenly the atmosphere felt weird. My other friend and I look at each other, and I swear to y'all, nobody else was moving except us. My friend who went upstairs fell down the staircase. We were the only ones to react. The dogs didn't get up, and the rest of the group had their eyes on the TV. After a moment, our friends asked us why the host was on the floor, and why we looked so panicked. We told them that she fell. I had enough and went home. Once I went home, I went straight to bed, and before going to bed, I heard something running around outside of my room. I heard knocking on the floor of my room sides. My sister had a dream about me that revealed to be true. My sister lives in Ireland. I live in Australia. We get along with each other really well. We have a pretty normal sibling relationship. She's also 4 years older than me, and since I moved to Australia, I've not been able to see her a lot, twice a year at the most if I'm lucky. The first 3 months I was living in Australia, we were extremely challenged. I got accidentally pregnant. I had to get an abortion. I was feeling so panicked and ashamed I'd kept it a secret from everybody I know. That's kind of unusual for me. I hardly keep secrets from my really close friends or my sister. But in this case, I kept my pregnancy and the fact that I needed to get an abortion a total secret from everyone I know. One morning, a few days before I got the abortion, I was just heading to work when my sister, who's in Ireland and I hadn't seen in 4 months, she sent me a text and just asked me, "Are you pregnant?" I was extremely shocked as this came out of absolutely nowhere, and marriage, kids, and having a family are topics we never talk about. I thought there was no point in lying to her, so I just said, "Yes, I am." She called me in a big shock. She asked me, "No way, are you serious? That's not a joke, you're really pregnant?" I confirmed the statement again. I asked how she could possibly know. We hadn't talked or called each other in a few days. To which she then answered, "I saw it in a dream. I had a dream you were pregnant, and it looked so real I was so confused all day. I thought this dream was really weird." That dream disturbed me so much. My flatmate suggested I just ask you to check because why not? And she followed by saying that she just asked me but wasn't expecting it to be true at all. To this day, we are both very weirded out about the situation, wondering whether it was a coincidence, a one-time thing perhaps, or maybe my sister actually has some psychic abilities. Sister is actively haunting me. My sister Sherry and I were nearly 8 years apart. She was the eldest. Of course, that made me her constant tag-along. She was at the end of the boomer years. That made me Gen X, and completely opposite. Never mind that she was a winter and I was a summer baby. I'm twice divorced. She was in her 27th year of marriage. She wasn't a just stay for the kids woman. She was financially strapped to my parents. She was trapped all her adult life. My mother had kicked me out after the first divorce, and after that, Cher and I had a very business type of relationship. We always stayed in touch no matter the fuss. We lost our dad to a fatal car crash in 2012. Then we lost Cher to 4 different terminal cancers on December 16th of 2020. In her last moment, she said, "Why does my birthday have to be so far away? I would have been on the 29th. She was in unimaginable pain, but wanted one last Christmas and birthday with us. Their deaths took all barriers away between my mother and I. My mother was in the TB clinic. She was there for at least 5 times in my life. Fortunately, my mother got the most powerful genes from her. So now it's my fight to stay close to her." In Irish families, seniority is everything. Now it's my turn to take the reins, as I'm the eldest child. It was several months after Cher's passing that she finally touched me. I was in the bathroom, of course, leave it to my sister. Felt like someone was gently placing their hand on my left shoulder. I ignored it, We are a superstitious family, but sprinkled with a dash of skeptic. Then when I walked into my room, I felt like a pointed fingertip tapping on my left shoulder again. It felt like my roommate had snuck up behind me. I turned but saw no one. My anxiety was at an 11, but I said out loud, "Cher, if that's you, contact me any way you want. Just don't touch me, please." She hasn't since, but will not leave me be. Same with my niece, Ashley. She has her way of reaching out to pretty much each of us. Leave it to my sister. She's the type that would be waiting in line for heaven. Get to St. Peter, and then she would whisper, "I have some unfinished business. I'll be right back." Very soon after, the hearts would appear to my niece everywhere she went, in the clouds and the boulders and trees that she walked with Cher to many times. Then the numbers began. I blew it off several times until I couldn't move anymore. I was on workers' comp. I could care less what day it was, let alone what time it was. I began seeing 111 or 1111 on my clocks. It would be so often I stopped to listen to her. I would usually just acknowledge Cher and thank her for reaching out, that I'm looking after the family the best I could. I finally started delicately asking her daughter if it happens to her. She was in shock, of course, began sharing every moment that she could remember. Surprised yet not, she had been seeing 333 all the time. I remember her calling while we had been texting in Messenger. She felt so validated that she wasn't crazy. Cher and I have a love and hate relationship with Christmas after my niece and nephew were born. A piece of her did truly love it. I hadn't really since we moved so far our family to CT, but the first Christmas we spent at Mom's after she passed, it gave us more evidence than Ghost Adventures ever did. I'd called my niece to see when Mom wanted us there. She turned around and said, "You won't believe what I'm looking at." In a panic, I said, "Take a screenshot." The time on only the stove was 11:11 a.m. All the others were a minute later. Cher was a fantastic cook, and her kitchen was her world. We just said, "There she is saying Merry Christmas." Then as I was about to pull into my mom's apartment complex, my clock in the car was 1:11 p.m. Took a picture to show my niece later on. After dinner, we were all in Mom's kitchen cleaning up. My cousin, my niece, and I were honestly focused on getting the kitchen cleaned up for Mom. Then we had planned to open gifts. My cousin was facing the stove, and my niece and I were facing away from it. We had decided to talk to her about the things that Cher and I had been doing, what she's been doing to us, rather. My cousin began raising her eyebrow and interrupted us. She said, "Sorry, but you should turn around right now. Look at the stove." Of course. What time was it? It was 3:30 p.m. Yep. She hasn't stopped. It's been 4 years now, and I always know when my niece is thinking of calling me. That's when I should check on Mom. At least when something is very wrong. The time isn't all she can do. She was never tech-savvy in life. She is now, though. Anyone with a YouTube playlist will know this. It takes at least 3 steps to edit it in any way. I always watch a specific playlist of music videos before a therapy session, and whenever it was my therapy day. After a really taxing week soon after New Year's, I went to start my playlist. I named it Therapy License. The first song was one I had never added, even though it was a song that my idol sang. That was it. I always wanted to believe, but never had an experience until she passed. She continues to this day. It's been 4 years now. There was a huge ordeal between my mother and us, and how she should be buried. My niece heard her say multiple times before hospice came, she wanted her ashes spread at our beach where we grew up. Mother wanted a proper Irish burial near family. So she had a place, to visit her. We agreed, and circumstances caused a delay. My niece and I decided to let my mother have her way. She had a portion of the ashes and said we'd take her to our own hometown. Things have changed now. We'll be sort of just taking her home this summer, but we all feel Cher's not at rest and won't let go until then. I'm looking forward to giving her the peace she needs to move on. I'll miss her terribly. Something in me really believes she won't show up every now and then, and, well, anymore at all. Makes me feel like I'm going to be grieving her all over. Though no one in my life yet deserves to more. I really thought if I ever experienced anything paranormal, it'd make me feel like my soul is breaking. Yet, a part of me is so selfish. Just wants to keep those little moments coming so I don't feel so alone. The biggest part of my heart can't wait to rent an Airbnb for June. Enough room for everyone who wants to watch us. We plan to buy a spray of Cher's favorite flowers. Take one last swim with her. Love you so much, my big sister. We'll be so happy that you can feel free to spend time with our family, as most of them are waiting for you. Peace be with you, Cher. See you when it's my time. Paranormal experience from childhood. I don't want to disclose my exact age before this story starts, but I am currently almost a young adult, and I'm describing an experience I had when I was maybe 8 or 9 years old. In the neighborhood I used to live in, there was always a house at the end of the road that was completely different. I lived in London, so it was just house next to house with a tiny front yard. But this house had a long wooden fence and a wooden door. It sort of stood out. Now, one day I was riding my bike. I had just learned to ride a week ago, and I was going up and down the street. As I mentioned, I had just learned how to ride my bike, and I don't remember how exactly, but I remember falling off right next to a tree in front of this house. Nothing major, but I was off the bike and getting up off the ground. This is where it gets strange. I had fallen off right in front of the strange house I was talking about, and as soon as I was on the ground, the wooden door slowly opened. There was a man with a green face wearing all black at the door standing still. Unfortunately, the details aren't perfect as this happened a while ago, but those are the main features that I remember. Anyways, I kind of froze for a second as you do in tense situations, but then after maybe a second I instantly got up on my bike and pedaled away as fast as possible. I think something was in my closet. It used to happen to my mom all the time before I was born. I've heard all the stories, so it's somewhat familiar. The first time something ever happened, and I haven't been able to explain it, was when I was about 11. I had woken up early-ish in the morning and I heard this bang on my closet door. It wasn't like a normal bang. It sounded like somebody had hit my door with an open hand from the inside. I swear, I could feel the outline and sensation of that hand. My first initial thought was that somebody was hiding in there. So I went to open it. Nothing was there, so safe to say I was petrified. The day went on and I forgot about it. Until the same thing happened the next morning around the same time. I jumped that time. I went and had a look again and nothing was there. This happened consistently every morning for a while. Just became normal to me. Then I told my mom. She tried debunking it, but none of it made sense. She told me if it was something paranormal, I need to stand my ground, say that I don't like what it's doing and that this is my home. So I heard the bang and said what my mom told me to say. I can say it didn't like that a second after that. Hit my closet door way harder, followed by this massive scrape like sharp nails going all the way down my door. But after that, it stopped happening, at least so often. Then it just sort of stopped altogether. I talked to my mom telling her it stopped, and then she said while I was away, she cleaned my closet. Or cleansed. Several years later, I'm still in the same room and I haven't heard it since. There's been other experiences, but not the same way that this has made me feel. Walmart trip turns into unexplained experience. If I had $1 for each one of those. Once a friend and I took a quick trip to Walmart. This was sometime back in 2015. We went to get a few things. We went to the self-checkout. I was wearing pocketless leggings, and this is important for later on. I had a crossbody purse. I took out my debit card to pay for our items and slid the card back into my purse, thinking that the payment went through. I then realized that for some reason it didn't go through or didn't process. I looked through my purse expecting to see my card loosely in my bag. Couldn't find it anywhere. In a panic, not wanting to hold up the line or others waiting, I paid with a different card and quickly went to my car to thoroughly search my bag for my debit card. I took everything out and looked twice. Couldn't find it anywhere. My friend and I went back to my house to go through my purse again to really make sure I looked through everything. Still, wasn't able to find it. So we drive back to Walmart and I go to customer service. I ask them to watch the cameras just in case I dropped it or somebody stole it. They looked and said they saw me put it back in my purse and that was it. We go back to my house and start looking, for what possibly could have happened. I have had other types of paranormal experiences. I thought I'd look more into this type of problem. We ended up finding something that said, to say out loud, "There are better things to get my attention. Please give back my item." So I did this. Of course, nothing happened in that moment, though the next day I was getting ready for work and put on my jeans, and right in my front pocket was my debit card. This made no sense since I hadn't worn those specific pants for a couple of days. Still to this day not sure how this happened, or what it could have been. Strange things happening with keys. I was just thinking about two strange things that have happened in my life that I still to this day don't understand. Both stories involve keys. When I was 6, I remember going to the bathroom to use the toilet. Put my hand on the keyhole to lock the door. The key was missing. And I was like, whatever, sat down on the toilet. The key did sometimes go missing when a family used it for, like other doors in the house. But then, as I was sitting on the toilet, I randomly looked at the door. The key was in the keyhole. This freaked me out. You might think the key was there from the start, but I put my hand on the keyhole and physically felt the key missing. Saw it gone with my eyes. Then suddenly it's there. A similar thing happened last year. I'm 29, by the way. I was at work, and I was in the basement. I saw an empty apartment with 2 sets of keys in the door with 2 keyholes. I went to report this to the nurse and went back down again to retrieve the keys. When I came down, the keys were swapped for different keys. Different colors on the tags, different amount of keys on the chain. It went from 2 keychains with 10 keys on each to 2 keychains with 2 to 3 keys on them. Shadow delayed. Hey. So I just remembered this because I watched a YouTube video that reminded me after about 7 years. I was talking with my boyfriend's sister. We were just sitting on her bed. I can't remember what I was talking about, but my arms were kind of waving around as I was talking. She was just fiddling with something. She was just listening and looking at me tell her whatever it was I was telling her. My arms were casting a shadow on the wall on the other side of the room. But then I dropped my arms, and the shadow dropped a half second after my arms did. We both stopped and looked. After a couple of seconds, I said, "Did you see that?" She said, "Yeah, that delay. Yep, I saw that." So I tested my arms and their shadow. that wasn't even my shadow. The shadow my arms were casting were very light, much farther away, almost into the other room. This house was insanely old and creepy. To get into the farthest room, you had to go through the first one, and that was an only access. But it had a, regular closed closet-shaped closet, so I don't think that was supposed to be an office, but who knows. Anyway, I started kind of freaking out. I was so spooked. She said to just ignore it and finish whatever I was talking about. I tried, but ultimately I couldn't shake the intense fear from that experience. I left 5 minutes after it happened. I still can't understand. How could she not have been scared? And I'm not even easily scared, but that was crazy. I felt very intensely like something was watching me through the door after that. Thought it was very odd how specific that feeling was, specifically through the door. What a weird first reaction. Well, about a door that was unrelated to the whole thing, you know what I mean? I don't know, it scared the shit out of me. The same girl had given me a kind of oracle reading with a regular playing card. It was incredibly detailed and accurate on what actually did unfold in life afterwards. This girl was scary without trying to be, elegant, somewhat old-fashioned, graceful, beautiful, and cool, and something was very different about her. Scary. I'm not sure what to make of the whole situation, but I feel like she was accustomed to whatever that was, and I definitely was not. I broke up with her boyfriend soon after. Well, actually, he just cheated a lot and didn't really come around as much, so I think I'm the one who got broken up with, to be honest. Saw a little boy in my mirror. This happened a little over 10 years ago, but the memory is still very vivid. My parents had just rented a new house for us. My sister and I were splitting the basement. I had my full-sized mirror placed against the back wall at the time. So by looking in it, you could see the open doorway that led to the stairs. They were just around the corner of the doorway, so you couldn't actually see the stairs, though. Anyway, my sister also had a big wardrobe that she kept her TV on and clothes in, which wasn't lying flat against the other wall. It came out at an angle, had its back toward the stairs, basically. So I was doing my makeup one day, not too long after moving in. I looked down to grab something. When I looked back up, there was a little boy crouched down in the corner behind my sister's wardrobe. I never got to see his face, but he was wearing a yellow shirt with red shorts and black shoes. As soon as I caught sight of him, even though he didn't see me, or at least see me see him, got up and shot straight out of the doorway. I assume up the stairs afterwards. Of course, I got up as quick as I could and tried to chase after him, but he was just gone. There was no sound from him, no heavy footsteps that should have been there the way he was sprinting. And there's nowhere that he could have hidden. The underneath of the stairs was open since we had just moved in. I could see every inch of it. I don't know who that boy was. I tried to research the house to see if there were any stories about it or a little boy in the area, but couldn't find anything. All I know is that after I looked for him, I felt nothing but sadness following him. The whole area I grew up in was known for shootings and illegal activities and such. So maybe he was a victim of something like that. I don't know. Just an experience that stuck with me ever since. Man in White, my sleep paralysis nightmare, and my brother's bizarre encounter. When I moved into an old apartment with my brother and a friend from school, in one of the first weeks there, I had a terrifying episode of sleep paralysis. It's not something that happens often to me, maybe a few times before, but this particular incident was by far the scariest. Picture this. My room had a queen-sized bed right in the middle. To the right, there was a huge built-in wardrobe covering the entire wall. The door that led to the hallway, too. To the left, there was a window that I usually left open at night because I enjoy waking up to the morning sun. I mention all of this to set the scene. During this episode, I was sleeping on my side. I was facing the open window. The night was clear and the moonlight streamed in. The moment I opened my eyes, I felt this overwhelming sense of being trapped. And there it was, right in front of me, hovering and looking down. A man, tall and completely dressed in white, complete with a wide-brimmed hat that caught my attention. I couldn't see his face. It was obscured in shadows. He wore a white dress jacket, shirt, gloves, and that distinctive hat. Initially, he didn't move or say anything, just floating there, staring at the floor of my room, too. Then suddenly he started rapidly listing animated movies. It might sound bizarre, but it freaked me out. Couldn't wake up and I was seeing him clearly in my room. The Little Mermaid, Snow White, Mulan, The Little Mermaid, Snow White, Mulan, repeating without a pause. That was until he sharply turned his head and locked eyes with me. That's when I screamed with all my might to wake up my brother. I actually managed to move and I turned on the light, heart racing and almost in tears. I hesitated to tell my brother or roommate initially. I was kind of feeling embarrassed, and I didn't want to scare them. However, 2 days later while chatting after dinner, I spilled the beans. My brother's reaction left us both completely spooked. Fast forward to 6 months ago, during the summer. That's when my brother had a bizarre encounter. We live in an area with lots of trees, minimal nighttime activity, and dim lighting. As he was driving home calmly, about 30 seconds from our house, he saw a man at the stop sign, tall and dressed entirely in white with a broad-brimmed hat. It seemed odd, like he'd come from a costume party. What freaked him out was that as he approached the stop sign, the man raised his hand, signaling him to stop. Despite being in a car, my brother felt a chill and intense fear, accelerating and parking at home while nervously looking back, afraid the man might follow him. He kept this to himself, thinking it might be a crazy person or his imagination. It wasn't until I described the man that he revealed seeing him months earlier in our town. Searched online, but it seems like no one else has encountered him. An experience that has stuck with me for years. When I and my best friend were in Boy Scouts, we'd go camping twice a year. Like many Canadians, our group headed up north for this biannual wilderness sabbatical. This campsite was incredibly rural. It was on an Algonquin indigenous land, and it was surrounded by a dense forest. Whenever night fell, I'd always just get creeped out. It was so dark and silent. On the final day of one of the camping trips, we decided to light up a campfire. We wanted to make some s'mores. My friend and a few other older scouts and I were instructed to head into the woods and collect things to fuel our fire. Things like dry tree bark, dead leaves and whatnot. I was gonna say dried. Once we had collected an ample amount of things off the ground, we got distracted and started dicking around. We were running about and throwing pine cones at each other. I managed to duck behind this massive boulder. I was going to wait out the ensuing tomfoolery. After a few minutes of silence, I assumed the coast was clear. I could return to the campfire. Right after I got up, I heard rustling on the opposite side of the boulder I was hiding behind. Mind you, this boulder was huge, and it was already somewhat late. I couldn't tell who or what was on the other side. I heard a raspy imitation of a friend's voice whisper the words, "I see you." Immediately, I thought it was my friend tricking me so he could pelt me with pine cones and other debris. I exclaimed, "I'm not stupid, I know it's you." There was no response. Suddenly, I hear my friend calling my name. I turn and look up to see his silhouette near the campfire, and he yelled, "Who are you talking to?" In that moment, I realized everybody had left the woods and had returned to the campsite. I was alone. My stomach sank. I bolted back to safety. To this day, I have no idea who or what was speaking to me, and who or what was lurking on the other side of that boulder. I've told this story and nobody believes me. Recently, me and that same friend were on a Discord call. I was sharing my screen and we were having a nostalgia trip on Google Maps. We were revisiting our elementary school and various other places. I decided to look up our campground, only to find out it's been indefinitely closed. I wonder if my experience in the campground's sudden closure are correlated. Who knows? Have any of you seen what I call shadow walkers? I've had some experiences in my early childhood that I'd like some clarity on. I grew up in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. It was in the mid-2000s. I lived in a little house on the top of a mountain with no neighbors. And this is important context-wise. I spent most of my time outside playing in the forest, which was my backyard. Some of my earliest memories involve seeing what many people call shadow people, although these were only outside and they were never aggressive. They would walk in behind trees and would disappear to maybe materialize, but they never would just appear. They would only emerge or disappear behind trees. I began to bring them little things like jacks and bouncy balls or acorns because I thought they were my friends. After I began doing this, they began to appear more frequently, and they would even come closer to me. They wouldn't ever get closer than roughly 15 feet away. When they did, we would have what I used to call dance parties. Any movement I would make, they would directly copy. If I waved, they waved. If I jumped, they jumped. I would just run around and dance, and they would also dance. I never felt a danger with these entities either. I always got either a very neutral or warm feeling around them. This is why I'm confused. Whenever I Google shadow people, they're always mentioning dark feelings and experiences that, well, it's not the case for me. I should also mention that physically these creatures were just human-like silhouettes, both male and female looking. They were roughly average height, but probably a little smaller since they were close to my height as a child. What matters far more than the claim is the evidence for the claim. And when I say research, I don't just mean hanging out in an abandoned building trying to talk to ghosts using a Ouija board. Not to say that there's no value in doing that, but anecdotal experience is trumped by empirical data. And so I spent as much time as possible reading research papers and contacting scientists who were doing the work. Contrary to popular opinion, there are scientists that are studying this phenomenon, and there are actually a lot of data out there too, although there's no consensus on the nature of the phenomenon itself. One of the people I spoke with just this past week is Dr. Jim Segala. They'd been working with Dr. Colm Kelleher and Dr. Kit Green to study the so-called experiencers. People who have a history of experience with anomalous or paranormal phenomenon. Some of those names will be familiar to people who are versed in the subject of UFOs and the government's complicated history with that subject. Dr. Segala's team deployed custom-built devices. These devices were meant to collect environmental measurements, ranging from temperature and humidity to acceleration and gravitational readings, even gamma radiation. That last one is particularly interesting because there are very few things in the natural environment that produce ionizing radiation, and really nothing that should be producing the kind of spikes that we were measuring across multiple devices. The kind of experiences that subjects were reporting include poltergeist phenomenon, shadow beings, orbs, and even cryptids. Things that are routinely dismissed on the subreddit as fantasy or hallucination. But these subjects weren't crazy. Some of these people have high standing in the intelligence and military communities, and some who hold active security clearances. And these clearances require frequent psychological assessments. More importantly, these events correlated with anomalous readings on the devices. It indicated that there was genuine physical phenomenon occurring, although much of that phenomenon has proved to be extremely difficult to document. The theories on why it's been so hard to capture range from consciousness-based explanations to interdimensional non-human intelligence. Intelligence which may have the ability to operate outside of time, and even to read our thoughts. These things are currently being discussed in classified briefings with members of Congress. I'll be surprised if you had telepathic interdimensional werewolves on your 2024 bingo card. But here we are. Allow me to make a quote from Marcello Truzzi, one of the founders of the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, the leading organization for professional skeptics. In science, the burden of proof falls upon the claimant, and the more extraordinary a claim, the heavier is the burden of proof demanded. The true skeptic takes an agnostic position, one that says the claim is not proved rather than disproved. He asserts that the claimant has not borne the burden of proof, and that science must continue to build its cognitive map of reality without incorporating the extraordinary claim as a new fact. Since the true skeptic does not assert a claim, he has no burden to prove anything. He just goes on using the established theories of conventional science. But if a critic asserts that there is evidence for disproof, that he has a negative hypothesis saying, for instance, that a seeming psi result was actually due to an artifact, he is making a claim and therefore also has to bear a burden of proof. Possible mimic. There have been two happenings in the past week or two. The first time I went outside to call our cat in, and then two of my brothers locked the door as a joke. I started pretending to be our cat meowing and scratching at the door. We were laughing. I could hear them laughing through the door. Then I heard a meow. We had let the cat in. She ran in, then my brothers closed the door. It was from the edge of the darkness. I know it was not a cat. It was someone or something mimicking my meow. 3 of our neighbors moved out, so 3 houses were empty. They have been for months, and our other neighbors were out or asleep and no one was walking past. Second time, this one isn't as creepy. My mom had gone out, so we were watching the house. I was playing games with my brother and I heard a knock at the door. I yelled for my younger sibling to open the door and let my mom in. The kids don't respond, so I went to do it, and the door, and the wooden door, was open. The screen door was closed, but it was unlocked. None of the kids had seen Mom at the door. It happened about 5 minutes later, except there's a voice that said, "Yoo-hoo," at me. Maybe not like that. It was through the window, so I checked it. I was also ready right next to it, and no one was there. I heard it clear as day, and there was nowhere to hide. I was looking through the window in 1 second. Plus, my mom actually came home 5 to 10 minutes later. Sorry if I woke anyone up with my overly enthusiastic yoo-hoo. Don't know where that came from. Do we have a ghost? My whole life, female 20, I feel as though I've been able to pick up on paranormal things. I assume people on here especially will understand what I mean. But occasionally, I can feel an energy in a room, like a presence or like the room is holding a feeling. Hard to explain. I moved into a new house with some friends in September. The top room in our house has such an odd, intense energy feeling. Occasionally, I'll just kind of make a walk and start talking to my friend because I think she's in there. I usually have such a strong sense there's another person in the room with me. Except this time, only to look around the corner and I find that I'm alone. Over the Christmas break, we came back and found all my plants had been hanging on the wall in that room. They were laying on the floor. Soil on the ceiling, even though the plants were hung low down. Nowhere else. Hardly any on the floor at all, and none on the wall or on the desk underneath. Sometimes you can hear like a heavy breathing in your ear when you're sitting in that room. And that's with no one next to you or behind you. My friend who sleeps in there and my friend in the room below consistently wake up with tiny 1 centimeter, almost perfect circle bruises all over their bodies. Interdimensional entities. So I grew up in a UK town that's always had a rep as a bit woo-woo hippie-ish. Many years ago, I went to my GP about foot pain. She recommended a local podiatrist. I lived around the corner from a foot clinic. I'd walked past this single street-fronted shop door that led down to a basement for years. Anyways, I made an appointment, went to see the lady who was recommended. I went in, did a foot bath, was asked to sit myself on a therapy table. After discounting my query as to whether I might be flat-footed, she then began what would become a reflexology session. This began by waving crystals over me. Growing up where I didn't think too much of anything, to be honest. I was just mildly amused. She began massaging my foot and clicking her body in ways that reflected my own tics, without possibly being able to know about them in a short period that we had met. Neither of us mentioned this, despite some of the joint clicks that she was manifesting being actually quite loud. We discussed very little. However, I think as we were finishing up, she said something like, "Your pelvis is possessed by entities from another dimension." I was 19 at the time, and none of this was in my vocabulary or on my radar. I think I thanked her politely. She gave me some flower oils for my aura, and I left. Or I should say I danced out of there. I felt amazing. So it got a bit stranger. Not too long after that, I was walking home, passing the foot clinic. That's when I saw this lady climbing into an ambulance. I forgot to mention she was pregnant, and I assumed it was something to do with that. Sometime later, this foot clinic, which had sat there for years, was closed. Can't remember too many details, but I'm sure for the reflexology alone, I went looking for this lady again. I could find no details concerning the previous clinic, nor could I find her in any national professional register. It's just like after years of just being there, I go for a treatment, and then pop, the whole setup just disappeared. It's as if it never was there. Of course, it was all legit. My GP recommended her by name. Just felt very odd. You should ask your GP again. Too much of a coincidence. So about 2 years ago, my mother fell out of the back of a mobile dog grooming van. She broke her kneecap and other parts of the knee hinge. She needed surgery now. My mom isn't unhealthy, but she's a little underweight and in her, mid-60s. This was the first time, I was born, that my mother's having some type of decently major surgery. I had trust issues in doctors and surgery from previous experiences. A hospital in Chicago let my grandmother lay in the operating table and bleed to death after routine gallbladder removal. So you could understand, I was quite nervous. The doctors told us the surgery would be a 3-hour operation tops. Once the 7th hour of surgery with no update, I Googled Baptist churches in my state. Me and my family just moved to the area. I called 3 before one finally answered. No, I'm not a huge religious person, but I believe in at least some type of higher power, due to small things like this situation. When I called the last church, the preacher picked up the phone. I asked him to pray with me for my mother, that I was very nervous since we hadn't gotten any word done. At least, in more than double the predicted time. The preacher began to pray over the phone, asking God to help get my mother through surgery quickly and healthily. He finishes the prayer, and we both say amen. As crazy as this sounds, literally not within 3 seconds of both of us saying amen, the second line on the house phone rang through wires. And the nurse told me that my mother had made it through the surgery, and it was she's in the rest wing, ready to be picked up whenever I was ready. Now, code all my math heads. What are the 1 in a chance that this would have happened without divine intervention? Prison fire alarm puller. I'll tell it. You guys tell me what you think. Okay, so when I was young, I didn't have much self-control. I would get into a lot of fights and would end up doing jail time for it. Well, one time I was in a really old MD County jail for an 18-month stretch. I'd become a trustee, otherwise known as an inmate trusted to move around the jail and have a job inside the jail. I was on overnight kitchen cleanup. Now, there's not really much to do on this job because the inmates who make the food already clean up after themselves pretty damn well. Well, it was me and a fellow inmate. The shift was always from midnight until 5 a.m. So anyways, the kitchen lady always told us about some guy who killed himself there in the 80s. And after that, the hoses and stuff would always go off on their own. I, of course, was a skeptic. And I thought total bullshit. So one night or morning, I was in the kitchen with the other inmate. He was in the bathroom napping because, like I said, there's literally nothing to do on this job. I was in the main kitchen area getting myself a cup of coffee. The thought of this ghost came up for some reason, and by myself I decided to start taunting this ghost. You're not real. You're a weak-ass bitch ghost. If you're real, you'd be able to show yourself. And once I started doing that, the radio started going in and out. Then I swear every one of the powdered fire extinguishers that sat over the flat-top grills all went off at once. They spewed powder every fucking spot. Scared me shitless. I took off running. They had a fire investigator come in and said that somebody had to physically pull the lever to make that happen. I know for a fact that where I was nowhere near the lever. The other inmate was in the bathroom. I would have had to have him come out if he left that bathroom, as for an officer, and the doors had a loud buzzing noise when they opened. You would hear that. There was none. Something pulled that alarm. I felt my great-grandmother pass away. I'm from Brazil, which is a traditionally Catholic country, but with significant influence from African religions. But I'm not a particularly religious person, nor do I tend to believe in the supernatural. But my great-grandmother was an adept of spiritism and a sort of religious leader within my community until recently. She was too old to practice now, and time had taken some of her wisdom away. I was lucky enough to have her around for the entirety of my childhood and most of my teenage years. She unfortunately passed away last December, under less than ideal circumstances, and with considerable discomfort. Despite her old age, she was very independent, insisted that she didn't need help to move around. She had never had any incidents until she tripped on her way to the bathroom and broke her left arm. The bones of old people have a certain tendency to shatter rather than break, actually. This triggered a series of medical incidents that eventually claimed her life. Not only did her arm break, but she apparently had internal bleeding, had an infection, suffered a stroke in the hospital as well. Not only that, but she was too old to undergo surgery under those conditions. The surgeons we approached were reluctant to risk the procedure despite the high pay. The moment she passed away, I was reading on the couch when I was struck by a certain sensation in my chest. I cannot hope to accurately translate this into words. It felt as though my heart had skipped a beat out of shock. My lungs had been filled with fresh air after a moment of asphyxiation. The sensation couldn't have lasted more than 5 seconds. Though after it was over, I was left with what I could only describe as being a mix of restlessness but simultaneous relief. Relief from all of my concerns that seemed to plague me at the time. Then melancholy. Minutes later, I got a call from my crying aunt. I learned that my great-grandmother had passed away. I then had to inform my father by myself. For context, she was the one who raised my father, so my grandparents were divorced. My grandmother didn't have the means to. I swear I saw her. When I was around 10 years old, I was alone in part of the schoolyard during the morning break. In the country I lived in, it was like common for schools to have 2 breaks, a 30 and a 45-minute long one in the morning, and a 1-hour long one at lunchtime. There was a tall, huge tree there. I was sitting on one of the large roots that stuck out of the ground. That's when I heard someone approaching. I turned to see who it was. I saw it was one of my friends. She said, "Bet you can't catch me." I told her I could do it. We started running around the tree while I tried to reach her and catch her. We were both laughing. She was right. She was too fast for me to reach her. Then one of my classmates called my name. I stopped running and turned around, and the boy who called my name asked, "What are you doing running around the tree by yourself?" I was about to tell him I wasn't alone when I saw that my friend, who I thought was there with me just a few seconds ago, wasn't there. It was really strange. I just told the boy it wasn't important, and I felt like doing it. Later that day, I saw my friend. She came and said, "How have you been?" It was like she hadn't seen me that day. I didn't say anything about it or what happened earlier, but while we were talking, she mentioned that she had spent the break in her classroom. She was talking with some of her friends, and it was true, asked one of the friends later. This made me think I was crazy or something. It was impossible that she could be in 2 places at the same time. Several years have passed since that day. Still can't find an explanation for what happened. And I've never told anybody about it. I don't know if it was something supernatural, a glitch in the Matrix, or if I just imagined it. But what I do know is that I saw her. My 2 friends and I possibly saw a ghost train. So this was about 6 years ago, January, I believe. I was with 2 lifelong friends. We decided to go do something before we all shipped off to the military. I was going to be the first to ship out a few months after this. We started off hanging out at one friend's grandma's house. We eventually got bored and drove down to this river kind of back in the mountains. So the way this is set up, we had the road up the hill, then a small patch of woods to walk through, probably 20 meters of woods. Then it opened up to a railroad track. Below the railroad track, down a steep gravel hill, was a riverbank. It was dark. We parked the car on the road and walked down the river, crossing the road. We didn't really have a plan. We just built a small fire on the riverbank and sat around repeating inside jokes and laughing about dumb stuff we did when we were younger. We couldn't have been there longer than 15 minutes when we heard a man yelling. Though we couldn't make out any words, the yelling sounded like he was yelling in a defensive manner. We looked around and couldn't see anything. We heard it again and decided to stomp out the fire and sit there quietly and listen. After a few minutes go by, we decided to leave. We made our way up to the steep. So steep we basically had to crawl up it. So steep gravel hill to the railroad tracks. We got to the top where we were about to cross the tracks, but we heard the sound of an engine getting closer. We decided to get on our bellies and kind of wait the train out. We didn't want to get caught on the railroad property because it's a no trespass area. Anyways, we seen lights coming and even seen smoke coming from the engine. Weird, since they didn't use steam engines anymore. We thought nothing of it and kept waiting. We waited for maybe 30 seconds to a minute when we heard the same noise from earlier. We looked around again and seen nothing. When we turned back, the train was no longer headed toward us. It was just gone. We seen that it was clear and just crossed the tracks, went back up the hill through the woods and just slept in the car. We ended up leaving in the morning and never really thought much of it. Then the next evening, we finally brought up how weird it was that a whole entire train just disappeared. We questioned why we didn't just leave. Fast forward to it 2 to 3 years later. I was in the military at this point. I was back home in West Virginia for leave. I went to a bookstore with my dad and brother, and I went to the horror section. I seen a subsection with local books. I picked up one that was called something along the lines of West Virginia Legends. I don't know the exact title, so pretend it's that. I flipped past a few pages and landed on one section. It was called Ghost Trains in West Virginia. I immediately closed the book and sat it down. Weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. We still talk about it to this day, too. And I really don't know why we thought nothing of it until the next day. It was extremely weird. Also note that the way this particular track was set up, the way it ran was parallel to the river, and the road going around the mountain. There was no fork in the tracks, and it couldn't have turned anywhere due to being right in between a road, a mountain, and a river. An abrupt end, and an abrupt departure. See ya. Welcome back to the intriguing world of Paranormal M, where mysteries unfold. Subscribe and turn on notifications, and if you can, hit that like button. It'll help me out a lot. And join us on our journey into the unexplained. Prepare for a thought-provoking ride with our latest mind-bending tales. My childhood home was haunted. While nothing ever really happened in this house, we always sensed weird presences. I was also ages 5 to 9 or something like that during that time. But I never had a wild imagination. I really don't know what brought up these memories. They just suddenly came back to me and I had the urge to confirm with my uncle, since I know now that he's just as sensitive, if not even more sensitive to the paranormal than me. Me, my mom, and my aunt and uncle, we all used to live in this really crappy, run-down apartment building. To give you an idea, the roof was damn near caving in from mold. It was infested with bugs, too. The landlord did nothing. Anyway, on to the paranormal. Both me and my uncle concur that we always felt this weight on our shoulders the entire time we were in the apartment. And it worsened when we went into the bathroom. And it would be completely gone if we went outside. The bathroom was the worst part of that place. You know that feeling when someone's watching you all the time? Well, in that room specifically was from the vent. It felt like red eyes. Gave me serial killer vibes. But there was nothing in there. I remember being so scared to go in there, and for a long time after moving out, I was just scared of bathrooms. I know it sounds stupid, but it's true. Whatever was there truly terrified me. My uncle said he felt maybe 6 different entities in that house. I used to see exactly 6 shadowy figures at night, darker than the room around them. They wouldn't move, but they were humanoid, and I know what I saw. I'd never told that detail to anyone, though. I'd never even spoken about the things I felt in that house. I had buried the memories. And like I said at the beginning, I really don't know what made them resurface. There was one more thing that absolutely freaked me out. One time I was in my aunt and uncle's room crying. I don't remember why. I stopped for a minute. The room was completely silent. All of a sudden I hear a comforting hush. I was a child, and a voice coming out of nowhere like that completely terrified me. I bolted from the room and never liked staying in there very long after that. Later in life, me and my uncle casually started talking about ghosts. He mentioned before that his grandmother helped him tap into the paranormal, and now he's extremely sensitive to it. His side of the family are 100% believers. When these memories resurfaced, I had to confirm with him to find out if it was really my imagination, or if there really was something there. I'm positive. We were comparing notes with my uncle. Sort of confirmed it. He gave his experience first. It matched mine pretty much to a T. I almost want to go back there and see if all this still holds true. And partly to see if the building has collapsed yet. I may in the future, but I don't think I will anytime soon. An unexpected experience. After retiring from service in 2009, I was in Iraq working as a contractor. My job entailed traveling all over the country, making sure specific things got done. Sounds like a lot, but it really wasn't. In the end of August of that year, I was detailed up in Mosul. I traveled and worked out the issue, and on my way back, I was directed to go through Balad to hitch a ride back to Baghdad. While waiting for the ride in the air terminal, there was a battalion of army support folks who was also traveling. Many of them were sick. They would cough and be hacking up a lung. I tried to stay as far away as I could from them. My travel continued without them, but I was to live to regret it. A week later, I came down with swine flu thanks to all the coughing and hacking pogs back at the airport terminal. I went to the doctor on post, and because I was retired military, I was seen. He said that I was to immediately go into quarantine. My barracks did not have individual bathrooms, so I was led to the truck by my buddy and driven the 5 miles to the other side of the base complex to Camp Liberty. I was sent down the road past the PX. On down to the right-hand side past the Y. If you've been there, you'll understand. And almost to the end of the road. 2 large campsites short. It was down by the rec yard where they all brought all the destroyed vehicles. Then way back to almost the eastern side wall of the camp. I was 1 camp short of the wall. The camps were about 20 trailers long, all surrounded by concrete T-walls. You could drive between the rows. Then 10 of those rows wide make up a camp, with a large space to drive semi-trucks between the camps. My hut was on one end of the road. It connected to another living space through a shared bathroom. My buddy kicked me out of the truck. I walked between the T-walls up to the door and opened it. The dust on the floor didn't bother me at first. Everything is dusty in Iraq. My buddy followed me in and we looked at the dusty accommodations. I walked over and flipped the mattress over to the clean side and sat down. The room had a desk, a walk-in closet, and a shared bathroom. It also had an air conditioner, and when it was turned on, it pumped out very cool, sweet-smelling air. It was then that I noticed the calendar hanging on the wall. July 2007, 2 years before. My buddy told me he would go and pick up my poncho liner and laptop that was in my day pack. That way I could watch movies while I waited out my 7 days of quarantine. He also told me that he would bring me meals during the days I was staying. I thanked him, and he left. It was mid-afternoon. I was tired, so I laid down and tried to take a breath while resting. I was feeling sick as a dog. It was then in the quiet that I thought I heard someone talking outside. I couldn't catch the conversation, which bothered me some. And as I could not hear if they were speaking English or Farsi, the hut door was locked. I went down through the bathroom to see if the other hut door was locked, which it also was. I kept the lights off so nobody would know that I was there and come looking. When my buddy came back, I told him what happened. It was getting dark by then. He had brought my laptop, a poncho liner, and in an afterthought he included a nice Tonto knife I traveled with, as I was not supposed to have a firearm for some reason. He left. I curled up in my poncho liner and was soon fast asleep. I woke later that night sleeping on my side facing the wall. It had grown quite dark in the room. Still facing the wall, I could hear voices speaking quite softly, but distinctly. "You ask him." "No, you ask him." At this point, I was wide awake and staring at the wall. Did I forget to lock the door? Who is in here with me? Something kicked the bed frame, and I thought somebody was trying to figure out why I was sleeping in their room. So I rolled over and I looked around. No one was in the room. I got up and checked the doors and under the bed, and you could say that I was somewhat shaken by the encounter so far. After everything was checked, including the closet, yeah, I'm a big scaredy cat, retired Green Beret. I turned on the closet light but closed the door almost. I was in the shadows in the room, and the room was just light so I could see. If someone was messing with me, I was not gonna take it. I was sick and feeling pretty crappy. This time I wrapped up the poncho liner facing the room. Things got quiet after a while, so I drifted off to sleep. I was again awoken about an hour later by those same voices asking the same thing. Only this time a voice stated clearly, "I'll ask him." It was at this time that I was laying on my back and something climbed up on the bed and sat on my feet like you would during a sit-up event. Needless to say, I was wide awake, and they had my full attention. With a sharp intake of breath, what or whomever was sitting on my feet jumped off. I sat up and there was no one in the room that I could see. The smell in the room, which was cool, dusty, turned into a sharp, burned smell. Thought it was coming from the air conditioner. Got up to check. While my back was turned, I heard the voice say, distinctly again, "Ask him." I told them in my best SGM voice, "Stand easy, and I'd be with them in a minute." I walked to the door, went outside leaving the door open. It was early morning, about 0400 hours. The sun was just starting to light up the sky. Sat down on the steps and waited for my buddy. At 0600 he showed up and looked at me strangely, asking why I was out on the steps as he handed me my breakfast. I told him we were leaving. He laughed and said, "No, you have 6 more days of quarantine. Go back inside and relax." I told him, "No, I'm good." He found me sitting in the shade of the tea wall for lunch, same for dinner. He was starting to wonder what was going on. I told him, "I'll tell you if you take me away from here." He just laughed as he drove away. That night the same things happened again, and more. The next day I was sitting on the steps. That's when 4 of the soldiers carried a private by the legs and arms into the room next to mine. They flung him onto the bed. They dropped a box of MREs and a 12-pack of water, and they were laughing and they said, "Later, loser." I stayed outside till around 2300 hours, then went in and prepped for the nightly activities. The following morning around 0500, I was out sitting on the steps. That's when the door to the other hut burst open and a very scared private ran out. He looked left and then right, breathing pretty hard like he had just run a marathon. I smiled at him and said, "How's it going?" He sat down and tried to light a cigarette. His hands were shaking so badly he couldn't light the match, gave up after a few seconds. I could tell he was pretty shook by something. He looked right at me and said, "Did you?" I said, "You met them too, I see." Calmed down a little. I said, "I don't think they're going to do you any harm, but it is a little unsettling." He said, "Yeah, I'm leaving. They can't make me stay here." I laughed and said I have 4 more days, could use the company. His mind was made up, and when it got light, he went in and packed up all of his stuff and left. My buddy was true to his word, and each day he brought breakfast, lunch, and dinner like clockwork, each time finding me sitting on the steps or in the shade with the door open waiting. Finally, on the last day, he came by for lunch and said, "Time to leave. We can go get pizza." I had all my stuff packed, shut the door, then jumped in the truck. He then asked, "Now you going to tell me what's going on?" I told him, "Not till we're away from this place." We drove over to the billeting office to give the key back. We went inside, had to wait as a tall, muscular Black Army CW4 was chewing out one of his soldiers. He was not in a good mood. When he was done, I walked up and introduced myself as the guy staying in the quarantine hut. He asked if there were any problems as he reached for the key. I looked him in the eye, and as he grabbed the key I hung on, I basically just said, "Chief, you need to cut that key and the key to the other side of that hut in half and never issue to anyone ever again." He wasn't amused, asking if anything was wrong with the hut. I told him, "Chief, you go and spend 1 night in there and you'll understand why I'm telling you to cut those keys up." He got pissed. He took the keys. I left with my buddy looking at me like I'd lost my mind. At pizza an hour later, I told my buddy what had happened the whole week, leaving nothing out. He thought I was full of crap. A week later, I was walking through the PX at Camp Liberty, looking at all the pawed-over items. I was thinking if I could use another t-shirt with a slogan on it or a new 501 shirt with my buddy in tow. Down the aisle, I see this chief, and he's running at me. He grabs my arm and says he cut the key in half, and no one under any circumstance, anybody will ever stay in those huts ever again. This shocked and surprised my buddy especially. The chief said he was pissed at me when I turned in the key thinking I'd trashed the place and went over to check it out. It was getting dusk when he went, found the rooms neat and tidy, but also found them, and they wanted to talk with him. I later learned that the camp was handed over to the Iraqi army. I always wondered who got those rooms and just how that went for them. House on Cassia Street. When I was a young boy, it was a treat to go to Grandpa's house. It was a nice 2-story house, around 1,600 square feet all told. It was surrounded by large willow trees. Upstairs, Grandpa had an office with a locked solid core hardwood door. You were not allowed into it, unless by personal invitation, which was rare, if ever. He liked to go to the desert and poke around. He'd usually do this in caves. That's where he acquired a lot of interesting items. Arrowheads, beads, pottery shards, along with a bobcat named Tuffy, which you could pet it. If it was his idea, anyway. As he got older, he came to live with my folks in another town. My cousin and her 17-year-old son went to live in the house. There were many break-ins happening at that time. Things went fine until some months later my grandfather died. 2 weeks after the funeral at about 0200 a.m., my cousin's son was sleeping upstairs in the bedroom outside the office. That's when someone walked up the stairs, waking him up. Grabbed a baseball bat, was about to start after them when he saw that it was my grandfather in a large pool of light. Grandpa looked at him and went through the door and into the office. The boy jumped up and ran down the stairs to his mom's room, waking her up and telling her what had happened. They just both went up and peeked under the door. They could see Grandpa walking around inside the office, could hear the desk chair being pulled out from the desk, doors inside the office opening up and closing. As it got light outside, things began to slow down, and then all movement stopped as it got lighter. The door was locked, so they couldn't go in. Called my mom to tell her what had happened. My cousin and her son were pretty rattled by this event. Mom, Dad, and Grandma went over to check it out, see if anything was amiss. When they got there, the door was still locked on the office. Grandma used her key and went in to look around. Nothing was missing, but the chair and all the doors had been moved. Things on the desk were shuffled around. Grandma closed and locked the door, saying it was all okay. That would have been the end of it. But But Grandpa came back several times to his office. The family grew accustomed to his visits. Then one night the boy was woken up by an Indian girl in a fully beaded buckskin dress staring down at him at the side of his bed. He turned his head and looked back, and she was gone. From time to time, other people visited him in the night. A woman in a long coat holding a small dog. This went on for some months. Then one night something else came to visit and the boy packed his things and left, saying he was never setting foot in that house ever again. When questioned, no one could get him to comment on what it was. The house was emptied of all of its possessions, sold several months later when Grandma died. I often wonder if things settled down after it was sold. Coal mine ghost story. I just remembered this incident. When I was just starting at the Emery in the Consol coal mine, I was a red hat. Being one of those could not be left alone or put in the mine by himself. To get the coal out of the seam, they dug 5 tunnels into the coal seam and labeled them 1 through 5. Tunnels 1 and 2 brought in clean air from outside and across the quote-unquote face where they were using the continuous miner to cut the coal seam into little chunks. Picture a crab with a horizontal cylinder on the front with spikes that tore up the coal when it spun and rolled around. Tunnels 4 and 5 took the bad air from the face to back outside the mine. The middle tunnel, number 3, that was neutral air. It held the belt line that dumped the coal from the shuttle car onto the belt till, at least till it hit a corner where the coal was dumped onto another belt till. It was eventually dumped outside in a large pile. Between the tunnels, they cut cross-cut tunnels into each of the tunnels, then closed off the cross-cut surrounding Tunnel 3. That way the air would move down and around. Every 4th crosscut had a small door in the stoppage wall so you could move laterally from the tunnel to tunnel as needed. One day I was told that one of the belt lines had shut down, and the other belt had filled the junction with coal that needed to be shoveled back onto the belt. I was told it was okay as I was just down the entryway tunnel from a working section. If anything happened, I was to walk up to the section or call on the mine phone located at the belt junctions. They had just spray powdered limestone on the surface of the coal, roof, floor, and walls. Down in that section of the belt, especially. This was just to keep explosions down due to the coal dust. I rode into the mine with the section personnel and got off when they showed me. They showed me to dig the belt out. The coal was almost up to the roof when I got there. The belt line went uphill into the darkness. After several hours of shoveling, I noticed that someone was coming down that hill toward me. Looked like they were trying to be sneaky by holding their hand over the light on their hard hat, It was flickering while they walked. The other miners liked to play jokes on each other, especially the new guys. I thought it was one of those times. So I walked up the hill. I was across from a crosscut, and jumping the belt, walked into the crosscut, turned off my light, and stood next to the corner using my shovel as a bat, waiting for the guy to come get me. The person walked up to just short of the corner and looked around. It was then that I noticed that you could see my footsteps in the powdered limestone showing up as black steps where I walked. The person stepped back, walked back up the hill. I waited for a second and then jumped out, turning on my light to try to catch him. The footsteps coming down the hill could clearly be seen coming down the hill, stop, turn around, and go back up the hill in the next crosscut. The two sets of footprints were separated by several feet. I jumped across the belt and ran up the hill to catch the guy, as the next crosscut was a blind stoppage wall, which meant there was no door. When I got to where I could see into the crosscut, the footprints went into it and up the wall with a heel print at the bottom of the wall. I stood there, was trying to figure out for some time what happened, then decided I should not be there myself. I walked down to the mine phone and called the section, saying that there was no water down there. Asked if I could come up and get some. They said, sure, come up and get some. I walked rather fast to the section break area and sat down. They had built a small kitchen break area to eat lunch in. One of the guys handed me a case of water bags and said to go back to work. I said no. The section boss was sitting there and was pretty insistent that I go back to the belt area and go back to work. I told him no. He called the shift boss. They said that I was to be fired and to keep me there. The guys from the section tried to persuade me to go back to work. I said no. The shift super was on his way. The section boss asked why I would not go back. I told him to go down and look at the situation over, and then decide if I needed to be down there by myself. He left, came back, directly sitting next to me, drinking several bags of water before he could speak. About that time, the shift super came to the section and told me to get on the tractor. He was taking me out of the mine. The section boss told him to wait up, asked him to follow him down the belt line as I sat on the tractor. The guys in the section were again trying to get me to just go back down and go to work so I wouldn't have to be fired. But after about 15 minutes, both came back and asked me if I saw him. I said no, but he was just around the corner from me. I thought it was one of the guys from the section trying to play a joke on me. I told him what happened, and just as it happened, leaving nothing out, the whole section was there to hear it in silence. The super said the belt junction was shoveled out good enough and that I was to stay with the section and help out as needed. I wasn't in trouble, nor going to be fired. I reluctantly got off the tractor. The super turned to the rest of the section and said, "Be careful, Reese, he's out and about." This shocked the crew. I, being new, didn't know what they meant. After the super left the section, boss said to help tend cables of continuous miners so the miner wouldn't run over them for the rest of the shift. Pretty easy work. Once back outside after the shift, I had several visitors. The foreman of the whole mine came by to ask questions, and to show him on the map where the incident occurred. Several old hands that walked the mine sampling the air at different locations, called the fire bosses. They also came by to chat. I still couldn't figure out what was going on. Finally, one of the fire bosses came up after everybody had left and pulled me aside, told me what was happening. I thought I was still in trouble. In the mid-40s, the mine was being operated by a small crew mining, mostly by hand. They had imported one of the first continuous miners in the state. For lunch, they would go out of the entrance portal and sit down and make a fire and eat. One windy day, the fire got out of hand, started the mine on fire. It took 2 weeks along with a company of National Guard soldiers helping to get the fire under control. The continuous miner was still in the mine. They were going to blow up the entry portal to seal the air from getting into the mine and extinguish the fire. Al Reese and another guy volunteered to go into the mine and hook chains to the equipment so they could pull it out of the mine and not lose thousands of dollars when they collapsed the tunnel. The two went into the mine, hooked up the chains. The folks at the portal pulled out the equipment to find other volunteers sitting on the miner dead. Oxygen that had burned off down in the mine, black damp gas. Al's body was never recovered. From time to time, he shows up mostly down by the old works. He wears leather logging boots instead of the steel-toe rubber boots issued at the miners at the time. He uses a carbide light on his hard hat that flickers instead of the battery-equipped one miners use nowadays. Train ride. There are several other incidents that happened in that coal mine while I was there. I helped spray powdered limestone. It's dust. And I would do this several times working with a guy from West Virginia who's very experienced in dusting. One day after the Reese incident, he confided in me his own experience. The coal seams back in West Virginia are only about 60 inches tall. The mine had a rail system to take the miners in and out, and a separate train to take the coal out. He was scheduled to dust a particular section just off the main line. So, the train stopped. He got off. Everybody waved to him as the train left. He went through the man door to start working in the section. He worked all day in the closed, loud section. When it was time to go home at the end of the shift, he went out the man door to find the train waiting for him, which was unusual. Most times he had to wait for the train to show up. When he got onto the train car, everybody in there moved out of the way and no one would sit by him or even talk to him. They would just smile at him. Miners usually played jokes on each other, so this was pretty normal to him. He got off the train just shy of the main entry portal and went into the mine office to report what he had done for the day. Everyone stared at him and wanted to know how he was there. He explained that he rode the train out just like every other day. They called him a liar, was going to fire him. He told them to ask the guys he rode on the train with. They asked if he was being funny. Finally, he took them back into the mine and showed them what he had done. It was there that they told him that the train had lost its brakes, had plummeted to the bottom of the mine. In that process, it killed everyone just after he had gotten off. He couldn't have ridden the train, but did. Ask Reddit. Have seen many unexplained things over the years, and especially felt them. But this one has never left my brain. When I was around 6 years old, I had my first paranormal experience. I have 4 siblings, but at this moment it was just me and my brother, who we'll call Aaron. Aaron had a girlfriend at the time who he'd been with for around 3 or 4 years. She was a major part of my childhood up until I was like 10 years old. We'll call her Star. So Aaron and Star were going to hang out and stayed over at her house. My mom was busy with other things involving my other 2 brothers, so she asked if they would take care of me for the night. I was a very quiet and well-behaved kid, so this wasn't a tough question. Plus, I adored Star, and spending time with her and my brother was one of my favorite things to do. So this way, Aaron and Star wind up agreeing. They're both around 18 or 19 at this point. We all set off to her house. Her house, found out later, was built on Native American ground, but we're talking like battleground. Her house was rather spacious with a biggish backyard too. I hated her backyard. Even when I was younger, like 3 to 4, I didn't like going back there. Felt very wrong. I wouldn't go any further than the garden lining the side of the house. She always would "Oh, it's okay. There's nothing back here." But I'd always refuse, and quite aggressively too. But her backyard was the least of my problems. When we got to her house, everything was great. We'd been sleeping in her living room, which has 3 separate couches in the shape of a box without a top. I was super stoked to have a cool sleepover with Star and Aaron, so it was super fun throughout the day. I played with her hamster, her keyboard, and her piano thing. I'd mess around with her old Barbies. So when night came, it was no problem to me as I was pretty tuckered out. But we all crawled on our couches and just passed out. That's when the fun really started. I didn't normally have nightmares. As far as I can remember, I only remember one before this period of time. But this one shook me then, gives me the chills now. It was one of those dreams where you kind of pop up in the middle of nothingness. Like that everywhere is white and there's no sense of direction. But directly in front of me was a woman, standing what seemed like 300 feet tall. She was wearing blue shorts, like the kind that elderly women wear. She had a white top, no shoes, and her face screamed hatred. She was much taller and bigger than me, let alone scared me. It got much worse, though, when she started screaming at me. It was incoherent words, but it was so loud it felt like it shook all of my insides. I remember curling into a ball, covering my ears with all my might, before feeling something warm trickling out of them. She made my ears bleed. I woke up after that. I was mortified. I was feeling every type of fear. But it intensified when I felt my ears because I could still hear them ringing. I felt a bit of blood. Not as much as in the dream, but enough to be noticeable. I was sobbing and crawled my way over to my brother, who gladly took me into his arms even whilst half asleep. He talked softly and rubbed my back until I fell asleep again. When I woke up the next morning, everybody was getting ready to have breakfast. All was normal. Aaron mentioned that he was worried about me. It was because of how he was, or rather how I was sobbing. I was begging to sleep next to him. So he hugged me and told me it was okay. Let me climb into a chair. I was all settled in my chair and I hear a "ee" coming from right next to me. The chair had moved and there was this woman. She was standing there next to me, staring at me. She wasn't tall this time, but she was tall enough. I was petrified. I went instantly pale and felt sick. Star even asked me if I was all right. Nobody else noticed the chair, or even could see this person I was looking at. Star looked pretty concerned for me, so I remember being like, I need to pee, to get away from this lady. This is the part that continues to rot my brain. I remember walking to the bathroom extremely nauseous. I was so terrified, I was worried I was going to piss myself. I walk into the bathroom, which is a straight shot to the wall. The shower was a stand-up in the corner, and the toilet in the other. And there she was, contorted unnaturally against the wall. It was some fucking crooked shit, man. She was the length of the wall and more. The thing where you see it in horror movies, it's like where the entire wall upwards and even the ceiling just bent. She had these long-ass arms that touched the ground, and she just smiled at me. It was this wicked, horrific smile. To this day, Erin, Star, and her parents had never seen me act so hysterically. I burst into tears. I was screaming. I was crying. I even threw a few times just to sobs and just unrelenting fear. They had to call my mom to come get me. This is where my memory's fuzzy, which is odd. I remember my brother calling my mom and being like, Mom, you need to come get her. She won't stop crying. She's sick. She's hysterical. Something's wrong. And then everything is very fuzzy. I remember getting into my mother's car and her consoling me and helping me to stop cry. But that's it. Nothing between the time of the call until I got home. It was like everything stopped. Ask Reddit. I dreamed about a girl from Poland my whole life. Not the whole time, but every now and then. And this was ever since I was a kid. She would tell me that we were engaged to be married one day, and that she passed away, and we never did. Apparently, I married somebody else in that last time. Last time? What the fuck? At first, when I was younger, we were playing, and she was happy because she missed me. Once again, what the fuck? When I started to grow up, she got more and more erratic in the way that she behaved. When my real-life girlfriend passed away at 17, I dreamed of her instead of the Polish girl. And this might have given her the final straw. Because one night she was in my dream again, and she was very upset. She told me that I replaced her again, and this had hurt her. She also said that it wasn't her fault that she passed away when she did, and that I shouldn't blame her or be angry with her after all this time. Then she stopped appearing for some years. Then she apparently forgave me. Last time she returned was after my wife and I became parents. Asked me why I was still mad at her. I told her I wasn't ever mad at her, and if I was the last time, I apologize. But I was alive, and she wasn't. There's no way for us to be together at the moment. She said that she understood and that, well, they would wait. She also told me that this wasn't the first time that we got together. And before that we were married, but I was the wife then, which was terrifying to hear. She stopped coming to my dreams after that. But she appeared in my wife's dreams, wished her good luck. My wife, who knows everything, thanked her and asked her to watch over us and keep us safe. She promised that she'll do that. Still cannot explain this, but I believe that either our karmic connection was too strong to be broken by death, or she was my spirit wife. Question remains, why wasn't she back with me? She refused to answer when I asked. Either way, she never tried to hurt me or anybody I know or love. She even warned me about things and people a few times. Ask Reddit. I was spending the night at my dad's when I was like 21. Shut the bedroom door, which meant lifting it a little bit and pushing it to close it tight. Then I lay down. Immediately, I couldn't move. I started hearing this noise that made me think of a chopper. I could also hear talking, but not words. Just the sound of people talking. It got louder and louder, and I was so scared, but I couldn't move. Then it stopped, and I heard the front door open. I heard footsteps and the sound of something being dragged down the hall. Made me think of a garbage bag. Then I heard my room door open. I was so goddamn terrified. I was finally able to force my eyes open. The door was wide open, but no one was there. My body could move again. I got up and crept into the hall. My dad lived up north and away from the city, so it's a very dark place. Couldn't see anyone and I didn't hear anything. I walked to the living room and went to a lamp. This lamp was the kind that turned on by turning a knob and slowly came up to full brightness. But when I turned it on, it kept getting brighter and brighter and brighter. It got so bright I covered my eyes and turned my head. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in bed and my bedroom door was wide open. I know people will say sleep paralysis and nightmare, and I can't argue with that. But in 40 years, I've never ever had another experience like it. I have insomnia, always have, and this started as soon as I laid down. But I don't know, I don't really believe aliens come here either, but I'll tell you this. My dad still lives there 20 years later, and I've stayed in a hotel every time I've visited ever since. That's how frightening it was, whatever it was. Ask Reddit. My grandma's house was creepy. You would hear footsteps downstairs while no one was down there. You would see black shadow figures out of the corner of your eye, but when you would look, you would see nothing. She had this curtain hanging up to separate the two rooms. I saw a shadow walk across that curtain. When I was 16 or 17, this was 8 or 9 years ago, I was playing hide and seek with my little brother who was 4. He told me to close my eyes and count, so I did. I heard him run upstairs, so being the good big sister I was, I began to act like I didn't know where he was. I started just kind of walking up the stairs to the door at the top. There was a door at the top of the stairs. I could see a dark figure standing behind the door. Knew it was my brother. I started pushing the door into him and felt the door hit him. I wasn't pushing it hard enough for it to really touch him and bounce back at me, if that makes sense. But again, I kept searching, even though I saw him behind the door through the crack where the hinges are. Anywho, when I was done pretending to not have found him, I went downstairs and went to the dining room table where I felt something grab my leg. When I looked down, it was my brother. I asked my mom if he had been down here the entire time. She said he hadn't moved from his spot beneath the table. I know I saw someone behind the door upstairs, and I could feel the door hitting something every time I tried to open it all the way. I don't know if this story makes sense, but it still scares me to this day. Ask Reddit. I was at my daughter's house. She and her husband were given his deceased uncle's house. 1 year, and she and my granddaughters and I had gone to the store. My son-in-law, James, who's 5'9" and stocky, and a friend of theirs who lives with them. Gary, 6 foot thin build. They both worked at the same shop delivering packages, but sometimes one would get off before the other. To set this up, the house is older. When you walk into the foyer, her room is off to the right. Straight ahead, you walk into the kitchen, and off to the right further is the living room with the bathroom off of that. She kept blackout drapes in the living room, so it was usually dark. So we get back from the store. Daughter goes out back, kids run upstairs. I'm in the kitchen by the counter unloading bags. I'm facing the back door. I see a tall shadow move from the bathroom and it goes straight into the TV/entertainment system. I think to myself that Gary's home because Gary would always come home and then go straight to the TV entertainment. That's where he had a little bowl that he would put his keys and change in. I didn't even think twice about it. I get done and I go use the bathroom. As I finish and leave, it crosses my mind that I didn't see Gary in the living room. My daughter had come in from the back and I asked her where Gary was. She said he's still at work. I told her, no, I just saw him in the living room. She and I just maybe passed it off. But I did get to mulling it over. When James came home first, I asked James if his uncle was more like his build or taller and thinner. James tells me his uncle was tall and thin. We got to talking. James told me that his uncle made his bedroom where theirs was now, instead of an upstairs bedroom. As he got sicker, couldn't use the stairs, so if he went to the bathroom, he would just walk right through the doorway where my daughter and James had their TV and entertainment system. Gary got home a few hours later. I didn't get the heebie-jeebies. At no time I was really thinking I was seeing anything other than a flesh and blood person. We experienced something evil. On my mom's side of the family, most of the time we see them, we're alone. But sometimes we all see them when we're together. Family members that died many years ago come to visit on important family events. These apparitions are short, like a minute and a half. Most of the time, just a few seconds, but enough for us to be in silence and for all of us to be looking in the same direction. One of my uncles died, so He's the one who appears often at home. He's the only one who said something to me. Just once, but again, that's it. I'd just see them. Also, I didn't understand what he said. The brother of my grandfather was murdered. My great-grandfather was visited by him. Told him who killed him and who witnessed his death. That's how they resolved the case. That's the oldest encounter that I know. No idea if this thing is running on that side of my family for a longer time, though. All of these encounters are good in the sense that it makes us happy. It's like a continuous sense of protection. The only thing that used to make me afraid was sleep paralysis. But I believe that my eyes are open but my brain is still sleeping. Sleep paralysis is terrifying. And sometimes, just sometimes, that makes me wonder if there is something else. But I prefer not to think about that. Because it's dark. I don't know. I just don't want to know anything else. Mostly because a couple friends told about this. They started having them too. And I know that this is a coincidence, but I feel guilty anyways. The only person who said something to me once was my grandmother. I had an awful sleep paralysis during the afternoon. My door was open, I woke up to eat, and my grandmother told me that she walked near my room and saw a big black mass on top of me. She didn't ask if I was okay or anything. I didn't say anything either. We didn't talk about these things. There's so many stories I can tell about this. But anyways, I don't want darkness in my life. On my dad's side, the story is the complete opposite. My grandmother was something else. She had a dark, dark energy. I don't know how to describe it, but being with her was like running out of air. I just couldn't. I stopped talking to her, getting close to her, even when we were living in the same house. She belonged to many cults, and we never asked anything. She only talked about this with me once, but it was one of those things that don't exist if you don't talk about it. Nobody messed with her. Nobody even asked. It wasn't a secret at all either. My dad told me things that he saw when he was younger. And for what I know, his uncle was involved. People would come to her house because she helped them with magic, like love unions and stuff like that. No idea. He saw weird things, but he also had my great-grandfather that was a good person. And he has some paranormal stories with him. Good ones. My father is like the typical businessman, so he looks all serious, and it's weird to listen to him a few times that he tells these stories. When I was younger, I felt that my grandmother didn't like me. My father always tried to make a bond within us, but with the years, it wasn't a secret that I guess you could just politely say she hated me. So my dad never really tried again. We all thought this happened because she wanted her first grandchild to be a boy. My dad and my stepmom then had my sister, and she ignored her completely. She didn't hate her, but when we used to eat together, she would serve her food and she would skip me. Actually, it was kind of ridiculous. She also hated my stepmother, but things got a little better when my brother was born. My grandmother would kill and have died for him. I think that my grandmother and I only fought once, so it wasn't like something building up on actual facts or events. Just life. That time she got furious. She started screaming at me because I hurt my brother. Well, rather, I hurried my brother to eat. His dish was getting cold. I just freezed in shock. That's while she screamed that I tried to stab her with the fork. Didn't even move. My stepmother was at the door and she saw the entire thing. So they knew that it was a lie, and I never forgave her. From then on, we ignored each other. I left the country. She died. I wasn't there. My dad called me to ask what we should write on her grave because nobody knew what to say. I sent him the most typical text that you write on somebody's gravestone when somebody dies. I have so many stories to tell, but when I watched Hereditary, I was in complete shock. It was exactly that. I made my family see the movie and nobody said a word. We all knew what the other one was thinking. Okay, the summary of a summary. Recently, we all got together for my bachelor party. My family, stepmother and sister, and my friends. My friends knew all the stories about my grandmother because I had my awareness of my family is not normal thing. That's when I met them and I started talking about all this. My family traveled to my wedding. We were all together for the first time in years. They stayed at my place. I don't remember why we talked about my grandmother during the bachelor party, but my sister started telling stories about her funeral that were so funny. I was crying, laughing. We all have a dark sense of humor, but we spent at least an hour laughing hard. They told things that I didn't know. I came back home still laughing. Couldn't finish my phrases when I tried to tell my husband about what happened. That night I went to bed and everything changed. I started feeling the most horrible sense of fear. I have never been completely terrified. I had to turn the light on and I started to hear voices in the room. I saw a light on the wall and I woke up to my husband because I was panicking. In that moment, 4 a.m, my dad knocked on the door. I went outside. He asked me very angrily, "What the fuck happened?" He took me to see his wife. She was very sick and pale, almost blue. And we almost didn't drink. She was having all the signs of a heart attack. She's a nurse, so she was able to verbalize all of her symptoms. She said that this should stop soon, so we trust her. But I made calls to check the hospital, check her without insurance. She was fully awake, but her blood pressure was getting worse. My dad has one of those machines that you put on your arm, and in that moment I knew that waiting was going to be neglectful, so we decided to go to the hospital. My dad went to the bathroom, and I went alone, and my stepmother looked at me and said, "What door did we open?" I just stared at her. We didn't say anything else. My dad came back angry at me, asking why I followed him to the bathroom, and why I was talking to him through the door. He screamed, "What?" And my stepmother and I told him that I didn't follow him. My father said that he heard my voice saying his name over and over through the wall. All happened in less than 5 minutes. I just told him that it was my grandmother. He looked at me in silence. He didn't say anything. We didn't tell him anything else. We just left the house. My brother didn't know anything, but he was fully awake because for some reason he couldn't sleep that night. We went to the hospital and we waited until 2 or 3 p.m. This way only my sister had some sleep. When we came back, my stepmother said that at least my sister had a normal night. And in that moment, my dog, the nicest dog, jumped and bit my sister's face. From that night, my dog never stopped biting, and he constantly cries. No idea what to do with that. But me and my husband are constantly trying to make him safe. We pay attention to him all day. So we all went to sleep. I was going to get married the next day. When I woke up, my cousin on the mom's side called to tell me that she had a weird dream about my grandmother. She didn't know what happened after the bachelor party, by the way. She told me that she saw her all dressed in black. She was uncomfortable but not afraid because she saw her back. She was leaving. Then I told her what happened. She said that we should never talk about this ever again. Even now that I'm writing, I feel that I'm doing something wrong. When I think about this in my mind, I ask my grandmother for forgiveness because I wasn't good to her, because I wrote about her, because we laughed. I truly learned my lesson. My stepmother's doing better now. And now I can finish this whole thing just saying that my entire life I felt only love and care for those who died. And now I'm 35 years old and this happened. I don't want to believe that this is real. In the back of my mind, I feel that I knew the light, the love, and now I had a glimpse of something deeply wrong and terrifying. I've never experienced this level of fear, and it happens every time I think about this. Nobody in my mom's side is religious, and nobody practices witchcraft or anything like that. or even rituals or anything. I did an altar with candles for my father-in-law, and something did happen, but it was nice. My husband just came and asked me why I'm acting so weird while writing. I told him. He said that I shouldn't post it, that I should talk about this with my psychologist because it gives me anxiety. I'm a PhD student, so my fuel is anxiety. Also, I made this account because I used the other one to write about work. I already talked to my psychologist. She understood it because she's also from Latin America. She said that her dad visited her when he died. I should accept this because it's our culture, our traditions, part of who we are. I agree, of course. Ask Reddit. This happened at 5:15 a.m. Sunday, July 16th of 2019 with my wife and me. We believe it's a woman's spirit we came into contact with. Whenever I say see, it's non-physically. I look over at my wife and she's crying. I offer her a hug and she accepts, but she says she isn't sad. After the hug, we both felt the room drop about 15 degrees over 5 seconds, originating from the doorway and sweeping across us. At this point, we realize it's a spirit. We plead for the spirit to come back another time, light incense and a white candle of protection, have it near the doorway. We then proceed to sage just the bedroom and say that we're not saging the rest of the house to prove that we want help. Just not right now. Had some drinks, but not anything drunk. My wife and I talk about imaging that we were feeling and receiving. She could feel overwhelming blue, a pressure in her head too, and the word Willamette. My wife doesn't know Portland water features. I see rippling water. My wife can only see a silhouette of a woman. I got the whole picture of her still burned into my head today. We both keep looking at the doorway, and I mention how I can feel her pacing from just outside the doorway all the way to the edge of the bed right next to the candle. Because she could make it past the candle and the sage, we understood she didn't mean us harm. We went into the front room and used the Ouija board. We asked her if she was here. The planchette moved to yes. I have to admit before this I've always been a little skeptical. So I nudged the planchette to see if it was my wife. Just gave my soft push so my wife wasn't moving too. Wife also admits to testing it if it was me after everything. Then we asked her, "What's your name?" The planchette stopped between the G and H center board. Then we asked if she wanted to communicate. She said no. We said goodbye and went to the bedroom. We understood she wasn't there for her. So we were reassessing in the bedroom what we were seeing and feeling. We both could see a middle school boy. At this point, my wife is able to see the woman more than just a silhouette. I think my wife needed the spirit to see that she was safe. This boy put off a social punk exterior but a loving interior. We couldn't see the father in the picture at all, so we understood that she was worried for her son. While my wife and I were talking, I could feel a cold, comforting hand on my back. Since this boy's life was about to be uprooted to nothing he really knows, she didn't want the punk exterior to win over the loving interior. At this point, we have a lull in the conversation and both are processing. I start to blubber-face cry where tears and everything are happening. I hardly ever cry as I'm slightly self-emotionally disconnected. Sadness is the hardest for me to show. Think emotionally strong pillar in the relationship. My wife holds my hand and starts speaking to the spirit, saying how her son will be just fine and how he has way more love in him than punk, and that it will always shine through. While my wife is speaking, I no longer am crying. I say in a fully normal tone of voice, "She's gone." We couldn't feel her energy anymore at all. We believed that she moved on. I looked at the clock and it was rounding 6 a.m. We believed from everything that this spirit attached to me when I crossed the Willamette over the Selwood Bridge. After crossing the bridge, I noticed I was getting testy in response to things, but wasn't necessarily upset by them. I'm an oblivious person, so I think it took my wife, even lived in a haunted house, pointing it out for me to connect to the spirit. Ask Reddit. I've had a few experiences that I cannot explain. In the spirit of Halloween, I'll share the scariest one. I was unemployed for a while 10 years ago. I would regularly take long walks during the day to pass the time. One day I stumbled upon an old graveyard with some interesting-looking headstones. I decided to check it out. Many of the graves were from the late 1600s, early 1800s. It was apparent that this place was barely ever maintained, if at all. I walked around reading the inscriptions on the headstones, started to feel like I was being watched. There was no one else around, but the feeling spooked me, so I left after 10 or 15 minutes. For the duration of my walk home, it felt like I was being followed, but there was nobody behind me. I finally shook the feeling when I got inside and soon forgot about it. At about 4:30 a.m. the next day, there was a loud banging on my front door. It sounded like 5 to 10 very hard knocks and was loud enough to wake me and my roommate. We were both asleep on the second floor. We looked outside, but the motion sensor light hadn't gone on and neither of us saw anyone. We chalked it up to the cat doing crazy cat things, went back to sleep. Not 2 days later, the same thing happened. Very loud banging on the front door just before sunrise. This time, my roommate and I both sprang out of our beds and ran outside to catch whoever was doing this. But there was no one in the yard, no one on the street, no cars driving anywhere nearby, nothing. The cat was spooked and hiding, so I knew it wasn't him this time. We were all frazzled. I couldn't fall back to sleep for hours. It dawned on me that the feeling I had after visiting the graveyard wasn't all in my head, and this possibility really freaked me out. Luckily, the knocker stopped visiting our house after that second time, and I never went to that graveyard again. I'll always wonder what the hell that was all about. Ask Reddit. I used to live right next to a lake in New Zealand, which to us Maori people is very, very sacred. Early on in the morning it was quite foggy and misty out on the lake, but I had noticed a waka, which is a canoe with a bunch of people rowing in it whilst chanting a native Maori tune. Now there's a certain traditional activity called waka ama, which is where a group of people row a canoe whilst performing traditional Maori chants and songs. However, this was no ordinary group of people. They were looking like literal warriors, intimidating and absolutely horrifying. I felt shivers for the good majority of the time I was watching them, which seemed like ages. Could have only been a couple of minutes max. And just like that, with a loud final chant, every single head on the canoe turned and stared directly at me. Slowly began to fade away into literally thin air. I tried to convince myself that maybe it was just fog and mist and I just lost my line of sight of the canoe. But the thing is, it looked like a hologram slowly fading out of the top of the water. The next day, the Christchurch earthquake took place, which toppled the city. Later, I found out that a similar occurrence had happened right before Mount Tarawera erupted. People had claimed to have seen Maori war beasts with human bodies and canine heads rowing canoes across the lake chanting. The next day, Mount Tarawera erupted, destroying one of the wonders of the world at the time. Pink and white terraces, as well as destroying many villages and killing a lot of people. Some say that seeing this occurrence is actually a warning sign for tragedy to follow. Scariest thing I've ever witnessed with my own eyes. What is happening? One night while asleep, I felt my hand get tapped. Thinking my dog wanted out, I opened my eyes and I looked around. No dog. The bedroom door was still swung shut. I should add that I was sleeping on my left side with my left arm hanging out of the bed. The next night I made sure to sleep on my right side with everything tucked in. This time, in the middle of the night, I got tapped firmly on the back of my left shoulder. Wake up, look around. No one there, no dog. I mentioned both instances to my wife, but nothing else happened. About a week later, she told me that she had been touched on her leg. It was out of the covers. Christmas Eve, I'm taking a nap. That's when I got tapped again. This time in daylight. It was enough to startle me awake, and I shot up looking around. Nothing there. This morning I was awake thinking about if I wanted to get up. I was on my right side with my left arm slung behind my back. My left hand was turned facing outward. It was near my butt. This time it was like a soft punch. Hit the palm of my hand. I would have hit my butt except for the way I was laying. This time I was wide awake, so I know it wasn't a dream. I sat up. Nothing there. I said out loud, "What do you want? Stop it, you're not welcome here." The sound of my voice, my dog nosed the door open and came in to see what I was doing. Good boy. Strange targeted attacks. I live in a house that was built over 125 years ago. We've been renovating this slowly, but pretty steadily for several years. Upon moving in, we tore down some walls and took up carpet, etc. And within a month, I was outside in my car calling my husband because I heard somebody walking on our staircase. They were calling my name. I'd grabbed my infant phone, snagged the keys and a knife in the kitchen, and I was out the door. We've heard organ music, which the previous owner used to play in church. We've heard heavy booted footsteps on our attic steps. More walking on the staircase. All of the kids have seen shadows and have heard someone walking at night while everyone is asleep. I get it. Houses have history. The previous family was here for 6 decades. That's fine. As long as it isn't malicious, then it's whatever. Until this week we had -40 temps. Took down plaster, laid to add insulation. While doing so, we took down part of a wall to reinforce our daughter's room. It had extra support beams. Since then, something is pissed. Here's a breakdown of the past 7 days. All 3 kids at different times of the day, different days and entirely independently of one another, have told us that they saw a shadow that they thought was their dad. All 3 saw it in the same general area next to the wall that we took down. Again, not too bad, but kinda However, I'm not having literal spontaneous scratches and bites showing up on my arms. Or I guess I am. I took fleece pajamas upstairs, and on my way down I felt a burning on the inside of my arm. 2 sets of 3 scratches, all roughly 2 to 3 inches long and perfectly symmetrical. They were developing. Today I came back upstairs after just turning on the dryer. I had a sharp stinging on my outer wrist, and what looks like a possible bite is there. Thought it may be, me biting my wrist in my sleep. I had another on my other wrist 3 days ago, and this looks identical. I have eggshells, cinnamon, sage, and salt for my doorways. I've infused sage spray that I've been using liberally. What else can I do? Does it sound like a normal haunting? Like I said, sounds and shadows are fine, but hurting someone is too far. The previous owners were extremely devout Catholics. We're absolutely not religious. My husband's an atheist. I'm more of a spiritual/pagan-oriented person. We both come from very religious families, though. Any thoughts or ideas would be greatly appreciated. And I greatly appreciate all of you listening or sleeping. See ya.